Yep.
Why?
So we're good. Yeah. They should have one. They're really not using it, but that's on for our machine. Like right now, nobody's here on the light. We have lights. They're not all have. Well, they don't. At this, when it's dark, we don't have.
I know they had them last time.
Yeah.
I've seen them in the garage. They never run the season. But it was a machine that I lived in. Yeah.
Or walking.
Man,
We started rolling up. These kids are out and ride side streets for just the bikes. It's first. Never got them on side street.
it's always, they go, exactly.
They're right around the side streets here.
I'm trying to keep the crime rate down. I already had, what, 4 stolen, 5,
Hear us?
between my house and being parked on Main Street.
Well, you have a lot on,
Oh, yeah.
need a bigger lot.
One was at the train station, cut the lock. One was at Beach Cinema, cut the lock.
Wow,
And he left me his bike with 2 flat tires.
nice. Ugh.
Well, you're rich, you probably have some fancy bike.
Then he stole one off my porch. And I called that in because I seen him taking off and make a right-hand turn on Beach, heading towards Asbury. And he was gone. I couldn't catch him. I'm sorry, I contributed to the crime rate back then. One more. Now I have a, what's that, 3/8 chain
Mhm.
or a 1/2 inch bolt. Got a lot of cut to do on that. And they're stainless steel.
Good.
Have fun,
Stainless steel's usually weaker, right?
no harder.
Not than regular hardened steel.
No, it's better than hardened steel. Stainless steel, the saws, even the bolt cutters won't cut it.
Wow, really?
Stainless steel,
It'll dent it.
stainless steel bolts and nuts are weaker than steel bolts and nuts. So that.
Hello.
Whoa, shit. Hey, what?
How are you?
Steel, what time is it?
I know.
Yeah, I was hoping to see Ron. What is it?
He'll be here.
No, he's good.
Yes, I heard it.
So, that was.
Hello, Bill.
What's everything here?
Good, how are you? How did you travel?
Which one? Fancy.
I mean, you were in Switzerland, right?
So
That was pretty good.
it's very frenetic.
Yeah.
Like the last.
Well, no, when you turn your thumb,
It's
like you're on the go.
Here's your last 2 or 4 hours, so walking up ahead. Okay,
Yeah.
now you're getting that then trust.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very cool. They guys. Guy was great, and driver, 3,000 miles.
Wow, and then, you know,
Yeah, I mean, people were, we were really catch up, and then we were, birthday.
We put together,
It's nice and
some visions of that.
it's really nice there.
seems like they back on some pretty decent stuff, but.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be like just, I did it, and I said.
How are you? How you doing?
I was right.
You don't know if Tar will come hang out with us for a little while.
There's no seats.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, one by, I wanna go to the-
Yeah.
Yeah. But, I learned a lot, it's the, prior intention. So, well, and essentially.
Oh, yeah. That's all.
You know.
Yeah, it was some sort of grant. I forget exactly. It wasn't that,
It was pretty high.
I just put it.
What's your next trip?
It's in here.
We want to get out of this, yeah. It was a very, honestly. Yeah, she's getting married.
Sounds fun?
They always.
Diane used to live in, Cinder Village is right there.
Okay, in that area is a smart bird.
Yeah.
Little bit, like.
How are you? Good. Like, we were there, visiting her, and like, they had like a dusting of snow, like a dusting, it was like shut down.
there's only a handful of.
Yeah, it sounds good, it's just a little bit, Avenel Ridge. They had a nice little sleet and ice.
Done.
Trucks all over.
My parents live in Texas, the minute that like
Really?
one,
Really?
yeah, and then one minute that one, like, a little ice hits,
Oh, yeah.
like over, like, can't.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, she like, my mom, you know, I mean, obviously I grew up here, so
Yeah, well, did they go this way?
they did, my brother was career army, the station I worked with for quite a while.
Okay.
And so, you know, when he had, they didn't have like 12 or 13.
So he went there first?
Well, they went there for more for the kids, to help out with the kids while he was gone, like on the planet, for like a year at a time, but then he was a kid, really has to be. And. She were, like, I know about most of them. Bringing back her staff, no basement, no garage house.
I don't know that they're really,
They're
we're gonna discuss that, we're going into an executive session, so. Yeah, that's all.
Down there, they bought. I think that.
That for you.
40 minutes?
$1,000.
That's good, right?
Everything is. No, everybody's left. My dad belongs to this country club, it costs him $195 a month. And that includes like his garage rental with his golf cart. When they were in New York
Not
State.
as bad. So-
Yeah. But they got it at the right time, so when they were hired, they were making it very right. So down there, their pension is more. Wow, it's crazy. We have no deals between. Actually, it's 13 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you have executive right away, so. Yeah, that would be good to go.
Don't put a little fade right now, so.
What?
You might still be in a phase right now too.
Sleeps a lot.
No, there isn't, well, what?
Hey, how are you? Sometimes.
I ran into Quentin today. At Restaurant House. He said, I was like, what Trump said, you didn't buy.
Thank you. I wonder if you the boilers. Say. And I wish I had that skill. It's not what we want. Yeah, they're both really good. Elin plays at West Virginia. And Timmy plays yeah, so she just did her four semesters to a point. But I was really just like, yeah, and they more club. It's like, you know, that has to do with your club to boy. Yeah, the no college codes. No, better than I want. 20,000. But they call it a small school because it's like 15 minutes away from University of Michigan, which is like ridiculous, so. But yeah, it's a great small school, like it's, you know, we go to school, it's 20. It was like, five, that's in New York, and here, it is, it's kind of Philly, USA up there. Like, the house across the street from the entrance to the Gulf is bigger than John Moore. And it's one of those, you don't have, like, with the gate, the fog, it's crazy. Like, I hear that very simple, I went out to see Anna. I took it to lunch, was with Italian restaurant, pasta and. I went out to town, we went to an Italian restaurant in Ann Arbor. Yeah, after my. Like where she, I mean, I mean, it's not like, it's like, it is. Probably the very big way. Not a big fan of Midwest. Not a big fan. So she, so her tea, they have the same on the fall. And they did. Right? One day on the beach. They jumped in the pool with. Put the bookends on and then she did something. She's going to come around having a job. Like, those guys. They're not like, we move on and hire a prayer. Like, if it's getting in, I like turned around like they're having like, they're very not. No, it's not great, it's very different. Oh, I heard you mean, like, and like, it's like, I mean, she was win, but like, she was kind of a little different than like, like, it's weird, down here. I don't
That's not.
It's gonna, we just like snap it. We could.
Later on. Okay. All right, thanks. Okay, Eric, we're not gonna have everybody sign the credit tonight, because,
Kristen's not here, I can get everybody else to sign it, that'd be fine. No, I can sign for Kristen. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah. That's fine, I have no problem. Yeah. She is. Very good. They're probably not, like, understand that, like. Correct. Good evening.
How are you?
Correct, correct.
Give her a minute.
Yep, I got one. There. It's like pictures by the thing.
We're good.
Yeah.
Pretty stuff.
Yep. No, it's fine. Yeah, there's two proclamations, yeah, we gotta get this.
I have two more 30 minutes.
Any what?
They look the same.
Yep, I'm gonna go get you 137, that's where I screwed up, okay. Now I know why I had this. Thank you, Al. Okay.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah. Oh, sure. You know. Yeah. Yeah, there was a few words, but they're all fixed, just so you know, okay? Sorry. It was after the fact, of course, but nothing's been approved or posted yet, so we're all good.
And, you know, a minute or two. You haven't heard from Greg Cannon, have you, anybody?
Yeah, I shot him a text. So. Yes. He's right there.
Another minute and then we start. Actually need him for the executive session.
What is your? Yeah. Hold on a second. Maybe one of this, I have two. This is yours. That's it, right? Or is the last one? Yeah, okay, good. Trying to get glasses. I know. I know. Probably need one.
Okay, we're ready to go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meetings Act. It was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Co-Star on December the 7th of 2023. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office, and that a copy has been filed with the municipal clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken, providing that there is an in-person quorum. Mr. Noble?
Here.
Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Ms. Mahoney, excused. Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Okay, good night, good evening, good night.
Meeting hours.
We're gonna wrap it up here. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our 11th meeting of the year. We've got a fairly long agenda to go through. We will start the meeting with an executive session. I hope to beat the time. It's on 2 topics, and I'll make a motion to go into that executive session.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excused. Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, we're gonna try to be as expeditious as we possibly can.
We'll get to the other topic first, so, everyone can come in now, and
Yeah.
then we'll go to the affordable housing.
You did.
All right. Actually, I wrote this. Place how we want to put my shirt, it's, Davies guys trying to do it. Large places, one public, one green building. Like right now, Stewart rumor is getting land, gas for now. I didn't want to put the, but there's a smaller. That players their quarterback, anyone I do it. Work out, right? It's being called Friday, since, yeah. Next week.
40 minutes.
Come over.
That's all they get, in the minutes.
So.
They hold 40 minutes.
A lot of projects. Oh, it's about half done. But my feel is the same, we're there. I get it. Where it's. Trying to figure out what the structure is. Like they. Galley ride. I like lower.
I guess.
I like to play. A lot of the projects. That I work on. Yeah, we kind of, we're talking with, no, we got that. And I sent the new stuff.
The minimum charge for you to.
Yeah, Roman Allison would do our, not great. We're not focused on that. That's all. But Roman Allison, 90 days, but Roman is back running. Got back in. We had a lot. I would have to put that later. I like
I mean, I remember this. It's one, the second one.
He did one.
Yes.
So. Our list is at all, the next three, it's. They were all kind of. They were. So that here, they built really long house. Really. They will, be one, the 301A part. Yeah, another house. So that's two, one, two block. Right.
Well, one.
Which one did you follow?
Never got
Those people were hardly ever there. Their covers were always over. Oh, yeah, I didn't look at
That's a big game.
Yeah. Right. A lot of people don't like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. My cohort hours. Not, you don't. What you're running in, you're running out. I mean, he does. You know, watch the guy. They're doing stuff. You know, so they're.
Yeah.
But it's more than that, that was, taken out. But the thing is, yeah, these whole, these other things so far is that, yeah, they. Yes.
Have the hearing.
Yeah, you know what? I think.
I mean, yeah, no, I was so. I don't know, Yeah, my mother.
Go back. Oh, And then there's. Everybody's. What's that? I gotta say, but when you're on. It's on very end. What's the radio? The first thing they wanted to get. Everybody. Very good. Yeah, I think. My leg. See everything. Very.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
Hey, Davey, coming to this guy. Guy, oh, I agree with Oh, everyone's back. I got Forty-five minutes. 45 minutes. Fair enough. No. He said, I'll call you. Are you serious? What? Yeah. I was thinking. They're gonna have to go I thought I knew about that. Yeah. Probably now. Right? I'm not. You know, with the demo.
Right now, Maybe don't get.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
One more down there.
Oops, sorry.
Solve everything. Sure. Minute.
Yes.
Chair here.
have it, so.
Starting in just a minute. Just wait now. Your agenda. Some reason I. Yeah, this one's okay. This one's okay. Ah. Sorry? The workshop's not supposed to be 10 minutes. That's fine. I mean, we could switch it because we took a little bit longer. I have no problem with that. If you guys want to switch the proclamations to before the workshop. Yeah.
That'd be nice, yeah.
Sure. Okay, thanks, everybody. We'll start back up. We're going to move something on the agenda. Sorry, apologies for this taking so long, the executive session, but we did have to get some things aligned a little bit better. And I think it'll pay us dividends going forward. But we are going to switch, we're going to make a motion to switch our proclamations up to before the workshop. So I make a motion to move those up. The proclamations in agenda item 7 to prior to agenda item 6.
Second.
Ms. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. And Eric, do you have the proclamations?
Yes, I know.
Do. So we
I know, we
have,
gotta be here somewhere.
we have three
Does anybody have the Juneteenth one?
just give me once, what's that?
Do you have the Juneteenth one, or should I go print that out? real
I go.
Okay.
Yeah, you're saying. We're actually gonna do that one first. Let me do the, here it is. Let me, first do a proclamation on Juneteenth. Just give me 1 second here. So that's one of our 3 proclamations for tonight. The other 2, I'll cover here in a minute. But, Borough of Bradley Beach Juneteenth proclamation, whereas Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, is the oldest known celebration commemorating the end of enslavement in America. And whereas Juneteenth is a day of reflection, a day of renewal, a pride-fulfilled day, it is a moment in time taken to appreciate the progress and contributions made by African Americans in this society. And whereas Juneteenth is inclusive of all races, ethnicities, and nationalities, recognized by Americans everywhere as a symbolic milestone in our journey towards a more perfect union. And whereas it is a day where we take one step closer together to better utilize the energy wasted on racism, Juneteenth is a day that we pray for peace and liberty for all, a celebration of freedom. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and council of the Borough of Bradley Beach to hereby proclaim Wednesday, June 19th, as Juneteenth in the Borough of Bradley Beach, and encourage all citizens, young and old, to pay tribute to the journey, embrace the past, as well as the future that unity, respect, and appreciation brings. So that is our proclamation for Juneteenth. Appreciate everybody embracing that. Okay. We'll now have a couple other proclamations. First is David Beauty here. Service.
Unit 1 or
Let's go low to high service. For those who don't know this gentleman, Please. Rosenberg. I'll just read the proclamation and then have anybody who wants to come up and take a couple pictures of Bob, do so. Okay, recognize the retirement of Robert Rosenberg. Whereas Robert Rosenberg has retired as Assistant Chief Lifeguard after 54 years of dedicated service to the borough of Bradley Beach. And whereas Mr. Rosenberg has provided invaluable service to the community of Bradley Beach and has been an important resource and friend. And whereas Mr. Rosenberg's interest and devotion to the community has had a valuable effect on the efficiency and morale of his coworkers and the residents he served. And we wish to extend our sincere appreciation for his performance of duty. And whereas Mr. Rosenberg is being awarded this recognition as a testimonial of loyal and dedicated service. Now therefore be it resolved, the mayor and council of Bradley Beach extend their appreciation and gratitude to Robert Rosenberg for his many years of service dated 12 June 2020.
You want me?
Well, sure. Does Bob want us to?
Okay. Oh, can you do it? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get the whole council in.
Okay.
Make it look, right? Yeah.
I will.
Thank
They may. It's not gonna be fully free.
He did get a beach bag. He did. Yes. Hang on, I know how to do it.
One more. Karen.
Okay?
Thank you. Again, I think we're gonna give this a nice folder thing like this, so. You're welcome. We'll get out of there and we'll get you out of the beach. Get it all centered. Okay.
Very good. Main event.
Our next, so I just talked about 54 years. Got one of the top at 55 years. Before I read the proclamation, I just want to make just one comment, maybe one or two comments about the work that these folks do and the people on the beach, the work that they do. Safety is the most important thing as a municipality we strive for. We do it with our police, we do it with our first aid, with our fire. And for 4 months out of the year, 3 or 4 months out of the year, we do it on the beach. The last few years have been real challenges. I don't know if it's the global warming or what it is, but we've had a lot of real challenging days. I know there was one weekend last year that we had like 26 days or something. It was just remarkable. I don't think, I've been told that we've during our hours of when we are in business officially with lifeguards, we've never lost anybody in the years. Like, is that correct? We're not. Close. Okay. Well, I won't bring that up. But, you know, the record of this group has just been outstanding, and it's due to the leadership of these two guys. But I will now talk to our second recipient, the 55-year guy. Whereas maybe people think we could. Okay, recognize the retirement of Richard Johnson. Whereas Richard Johnson has retired as chief lifeguard after 55 years of dedicated service to the borough of Bradley Beach. And whereas the citizens of Bradley Beach have been most fortunate to have had a person of his capability and dedication. And whereas Mr. Johnson's interest and devotion to the community has had a valuable effect on the efficiency and morale of his coworkers and the residents he served. And we wish to extend our sincere appreciation for his performance of that duty. Whereas Mr. Johnson will be missed both professionally as a friend, and we extend our very best wishes to Mr. Johnson and his family for his many years of happiness in the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the mayor and council of the borough of Bradley Beach extend our appreciation and gratitude to Richard Johnson for his many years of service. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot now. Okay.
Great.
We'll all
Thank you
go.
very much. Thank you very
No
much.
speech.
No speech.
He just wants to enjoy his summer.
I thank God for the opportunity and the privilege of serving the people of Bradley Beach on the beach. It's been quite an experience. I'd like to thank a few people, particularly my wife and my kids. They put up a lot of me, a lot of things, missing barbecues and missing events and so on. I'd like to thank Bob Rosenberg. He's been a great inspiration. He's been a great assistant chief, probably the best in the state for everything he does. I'd like to thank the various mayors, council people, business administrators that I've worked with over the years. They've always been so cooperative, and it's been a pleasure working with them. And most of all, I suppose, I want to thank the lifeguards, thousands of lifeguards that I've had the opportunity to work with. I watched them grow up from a 16-year-old to become doctors, lawyers, or whatever else, teachers. It's been quite a privilege for me to experience this. So thank you very much.
For those who don't know, one of those folks that they trained through those years is now our new head lifeguard, gentleman by the name of Mike Rosenberg. Mike will be, Mike's already taking the helm, he's doing a great job, so it's keeping it in the family. So again, I appreciate everybody's time and effort here. Okay. I'm trying to rustle papers to give you the opportunity to sneak out of here if you want to sneak out of here.
Go celebrate.
I don't want the dogs.
Yeah.
New job.
I think so.
You have some seats open now, if you'd like to take a seat, anybody to get comfortable. We have some seats now, if you guys want to sit down. Okay.
Okay, thank you all. The next item on the agenda is a workshop. We've budgeted about 10 minutes for an amendment to chapter 5, section 59C. This relates to our agenda and really kind of the actions that occur in a council meeting. I think there's a couple of suggestions relative to this. I don't know who wants to start off. Anybody?
I mean, I can swear. I guess for years, as far back as I've been coming to council meetings, the council has operated with a fairly open policy towards encouraging dialogue with our residents. And so we have accepted questions in general and including with this existing council. We've accepted questions from the residents. We have typically limited all of you to a 5-minute time interval. But our ordinances do very clearly state comments. Our ordinances do not state comments and questions. And as we collectively struggle to manage the timing of our meetings, they do on many occasions run fairly lengthy. One of the thoughts was to basically eliminate the opportunity for our residents to ask questions during our council meetings. The alternative to that would be that any given resident could fill out an open form, make that request formally in writing. You could stop by the borough offices during the hours of operation, ask the questions then. At least some of us on the council thought that might be a disservice to our residents because 15 of you may have the same question. You see something on an agenda, you have a question about construction on a sewer on your street. And each of you 15 might have to individually submit your questions or come to the office, whatever. And I think most importantly, at least a handful of the council members were concerned that this would lead to just a chilling effect on our residents in terms of your ability to interact with the council, ask questions that you feel are important about the management of your government. So, because we recognize that the ordinance is not encouraging questions, the very simple changes that we'd like to workshop tonight are really just adding the words and questions in a handful of spots in the existing ordinance that says public comment. Public comment around items on the agenda. A little bit later in our ordinance, it says public comment on anything else, not on the agenda. And we're at least discussing in a workshop, the possibility of changing the ordinance to the wording to say public comments and questions. So obviously the double-edged sword, questions do potentially add to the length of a meeting. On the other hand, the potential for cost of completing Oprah processes, Oprah forms reviewed by attorneys, the just inconvenience that might cause our residents in general, having to come into the office during hours, find the person in the offices who know the answer to the questions. We just thought overall, at least for purposes of this workshop, we thought it would be valuable to discuss the amendment I just mentioned that would actually just allow questions and comments to both be included.
Yes.
I concur.
Well, as it relates to questions, I mean, we have question periods during workshops, during ordinance introductions, during ordinance adoption hearings. So we do provide the opportunity for questions. As I said, I think in the May 8th meeting that we had, our council meetings unfortunately are running by far, I don't mean by a little bit, by far the longest in the county. The average meeting is about an hour and 20 minutes for about over 40 of the municipalities. Only 2 get even close to us besides us. I think we can do better. My big concern is that we're excluding people that can't spend 4 hours in a meeting. And I think there's a better way. We have agenda comments as part of number 9 on our 16-point agenda. And we have public comments at the end of the meeting. By statute, really, we only have to have 1 of those 2, but we've included 2. A year or 2 ago, we increased from 3 to 5 minutes the time on this. It doesn't take a lot of math to say if you have 7 people that get up twice and talk for 5 minutes, you've added over an hour to the meeting. I have to do the math, but you add a bunch of time. So I'm concerned with that. I think there's ways of answering these questions. I think if somebody sends an email in, well, the reason we just want to use the Oprah format is we want to make sure this funnels and it's complete. So it comes in, it's registered, it goes to the right person for an answer, and it gets done within X amount of time, which is the statute. So that's why we chose to take that tact on that, in terms of a way of addressing this. Council business meetings, besides workshops, intros, and adoptions, are really to take care of the business of the town. They are to pay bills, they are to adopt ordinances, they are to approve resolutions. So those primary things, it's a business meeting to get those things done. And I think early in the year, we had a couple of meetings where we kind of conformed to that, I'll call it compressed time, and we were able to have a couple of meetings that were an hour and a half to under 2 hours. They've crept back up. This agenda tonight is incorrect. And I've already told Erica that because I didn't want her to freak out on me. The start time of this meeting says 6:30 p.m., which we started within about 5 minutes of that. It says anticipated end time 9 p.m. If I add up everything on this agenda, this meeting will take 3 hours and 42 minutes and end at 10, 12 PM. So anything we can do to start running more efficiently, effectively, I think is appropriate. So my view of this is, one of the things is, I think we should contemplate going from 5 minutes to 3 minutes on comments. Because I think 3 minutes is a long time to make comments, 5 minutes is even longer. Again, if you do the math, that can buy us some time and provide people that can't be here for 4 hours the opportunity to come. So those are my comments.
And I'll just add to that, Mr. Mayor, I actually don't think we're keeping anybody away by having long meetings. You know, when the meeting starts, they do not lock that door and everybody is here till the end. That's not the way it works. You can come and go as you want. If you see something and the agenda is, you know, well laid out with the times of approximated times and everything. If you see something on the agenda that's later in the meeting, you can come later. And I know you didn't want this to happen, Mr. Mayor, but this council made it so people can stay home and they can be on Zoom. So we're not keeping people away from our meetings by having long meetings. I think everybody would like to have shorter meetings, of course. But I happen to think that people, you know, have a right to get questions answered by the government. If we can't answer them, I mean, historically, we've always said, we don't know, we'll get back to you, and we get back to you. And I don't think there's anything wrong with people asking questions. It's their government, and I think they should be able to ask questions. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank
I'll
you.
just add to, there that we do serve the residents. And I welcome questions. People ask me questions in the street and I forward it to you, and I know you forward it to Chief Arnold. And, I love answering questions, and I think it's part of my job to answer questions. And I think this is a great place to share, and we have brilliant people and they bring really great points up. And I hate to temper that in any way. Because we learn together and we grow together and we make Bradley the best it can be if we answer questions.
I don't disagree with that at all. We should be answering questions, but I think at the appropriate time and place. I do disagree with Councilman Weber's. I have gotten a number of people say to me, I can't come to these meetings because they're 4 hours and
If they don't have to stay the whole time.
I'm just telling you what you said, that that's not an issue. It is an issue with people because they come in with that issue. So, you know, again, the problem that I think we're trying to solve here is, one of the problems we're trying to solve is how do you get down to a reasonable council meeting? We started the year trying to embark on that. We've gone off track and now, you know, I think we're heading down the same path. So that's my 2 cents. So I think we should open up to some public comment for, let's just say 10 minutes. Yes. How long have you been there? So,
Randy, just so you know.
Anyone else, 506 Third Avenue? You guys had on the agenda tonight an executive session that was supposed to be 40 minutes. It was an hour and 5 minutes. Okay. You did it at the beginning of the meeting. That is not what we've typically done.
correct.
And all these people had to sit here for an hour. So the 5 minutes and 3 minutes that you're talking about, that's not what's wasting time. And there's another interesting fact. There was a meeting very recently where you weren't here, Larry. That meeting was over very quickly. It was very polite and everybody was happy. And there were questions answered. Thank you.
Yes.
Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. I think in the interest of transparency, answering questions in a meeting is great. That way everybody gets to hear it, as a couple of council members said. And the thing with Oprah is that it's going to create a lot more work for Eric. So if you get, as Al said, 15 people with the same question, and let's say that question's on the bill list. According to the state law, that has to be given to the person immediately. And immediately, according to the state law, means on the spot. Anything newer than 2 years old must be given to the person on the spot if it has to do with budgets, bills, vouchers, contracts, government employee salary overtime information. And it says right there on the government website, the state website, immediate means on the spot. So you're gonna bury
I think
Erica in work.
You might be excluding a word or two from that statute.
No, I have it right here, if you'd like to read it.
No.
Okay, so I'm reading it right from the state website. It says right there, immediate access shall ordinarily be granted for budgets, bills, vouchers, contracts, government employee salary, overtime. Immediate access means on the spot. Reading it right from there. So I think it's a disservice to the community to do it, excuse me, to do it via Oprah. Puts an inordinate amount of workload on the staff. I might say the staff that doesn't have a contract yet. And I just think it's a bad idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Vivian Shifley, 112 Fourth Avenue. I have stood before you numerous times and asked questions. And I also have emailed mayor, council, and VA regarding certain questions that I had that were not answered in council meetings. And to date, I haven't gotten a response. And it was some of the some of the questions that I had during the council meeting regarding hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I was told when the mayor, you said to me, when you have time, you will get back to me. I'm still waiting. And the last time I was here, I asked about 300 and some odd $1,000. And I was told, and I asked about, I forget what it was about a trust, and I was told Oprah. Well, my concern, two factors on the Oprah. Erica, your workload, and plus, what will it cost the borough with Mr. Bernstein? He is already a very well-paid attorney by this borough. And quite frankly, I don't think we have money to.
Yes, this is just a mechanism. These requests would not go through Mr. Bernstein. They would just be using that form to make sure we're logging and getting back to people.
But
That does not need to go to the attorney.
But then if you do it without transparency, the general public, it's not on the record.
I'm
The
not
general
sure.
public doesn't, the general public would not be aware of some of the questions I've asked about the finances and the bills. If I wasn't standing in front of you, asking about the questions and asking about the bills, it wouldn't be on the record. And the general public would be somewhat in the dark about some of the questions I've asked about the bill list. I've asked numerous questions about bills that were paid from 2002. I've asked about numerous bills. And it raised a lot of concern by many people. If I'm denied that right to ask the questions and have the answers, we're not getting, it's not true.
Yeah, nobody's denying your right to ask questions.
But why haven't my questions been answered? That's my question. By you and I have numerous, and I don't have all my files in front of me because I wasn't prepared to speak tonight. But I know I have, and I've distributed papers with questions to the council and to the mayor and to the VA. And every one of those questions were ignored and they were not answered during the public meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thomas J. Colan, 612 Third Avenue. It's really important to go to other meetings and see how they operate. My feeling is that this forum is for the public to understand the business of the town. And many times, Mayor, you say, it's comments on when people ask questions, but when other people ask questions, you answer the question. Apparently you don't answer my questions, but this is for everyone. And it's for everyone to really understand how it works, because we're a family. Also, this anticipated end time was never on the agenda before you became mayor. So it's a fictitious number
because we should stay here till midnight, get the work done. And that shows poor administration. So if you work on your administrative skills, we could get these meetings done in 2 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for having. Something you just mentioned slightly to Eileen when she was talking about questions that she had had. Between last meeting and this meeting, numerous, or I shouldn't really say numerous, I should say specific residents received an email from you, Larry. Basically trying to infer that we should be doing this workaround you would like of submitting questions in advance to you. While probably in your mind, mean, it's a bit ridiculous. Like we said, we're here for information. Everybody needs to have the information. Your administration has proven time and time again that as often as we stand up here and ask a question, nobody gets back to anybody. One possible solution would be just like we have committee reports, why can't we have a financial report as part of every meeting? That maybe might stop some of the questions that people have. You know, it might be the afternoon to talk about a couple of hot topics that are going on, or, you know, where you're focusing big purchases or something of that nature.
Yep.
Just so it may stop some of it. But going back to that letter, that I can personally, tell you as well as everybody that know that got that letter from you, or email or suggestion, found it inappropriate. And the more concerning act of that was how you would have attained our email addresses to send that to just us. You would have had to gone to a different protocol, a different spot to get them, which you were not entitled to. So whether you wanted to do it as you thought it was problem solving, we all take it as an intimidation. We're not going to be intimidated. We will continue to stand up here and ask normal questions. It would be great. Like I said, one way to solve some of it is come with a little financial report. I don't think that's asking too much for anybody. If we can learn about the fire department and school, why can't we learn about our bills? That's all I had.
Thank you. I'm sorry you felt intimidated by that. It was an attempt to systematize and get back on a very timely basis.
Well, then you should have systematized and sent it to everybody in the whole town, not everybody. You only picked out about a dozen, and we know which dozen you picked out,
I'm
so.
not sure that, I'm not sure that you know that.
And
Thank you.
next time you want,
Thank you.
and next time,
Thank
you
you.
might want to.
Please. Thank
Excuse
you.
me, I have 5 minutes if I really want.
I'm sorry you don't. Well, we'll take one more question.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Sorry. We'll take one more and then we'll move on. Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. If you want to streamline certain things, let's look at how much time you spend talking and lecturing us. I would imagine that could dramatically be cut. And regarding what the lady before me said, yeah, I don't know why I was sent an email. I made it quite clear, the only people that should send me email are the local people. And when I get an email from LFox, that is violating my right to privacy. I usually do only make comments. As the attorney has pointed out, I like protocol, I like rules, and I try to follow them. It doesn't matter whether it's why would I ask questions when the answer is usually, I'm not gonna answer that. The fact that you have an administration that treats the residents here, that pays salaries, is repulsive and offensive. The fact that you don't reply to people to explain their confusion or their lack of comprehension also is a shortcoming. And I can't imagine that Erica has time for extra work. She frequently has said
she gets overwhelmed, she has busy times. You also have things that should not be going to the Oprah attorney that you send to the Oprah attorney. Even Oprah requests I have received back inaccurate information. So this whole thing, in my opinion, is a sham. If you want to add questions to the ordinance, so be it. Personally, I don't believe that this administration will change any way.
Okay, thank you.
Why do you always say that?
What's that?
Why do you always say thank you? You're not grateful, you're not appreciative.
Thank you,
That also is offensive.
thank you. No, we're gonna stop,
We can't.
it's a workshop.
Yeah.
We're really trying to move forward. We'll take one more question and then we'll,
Rajiv McGuire, 610 Burnley
or
Ave.
comment, I guess, comment or question.
Yes.
This workshop is regarding adding questions. And I find it funny that, Mayor, you, with what this workshop is about, adding questions, you decide to diminish 5 minutes to 3.
No, the workshop was to look at 5.9.
Okay, so you want to
So
change
within
5.9
5.9, there's a number of
by
things.
limiting our time and not asking questions.
I said that I'd like to look at limiting the time to get the time of the meeting down, yes.
Right.
It was 3 minutes 2 years ago, now. it's
Right,
been
so
moved up.
what Mr. Greenberg said, you know, and Mr. Bonnell said, like, it's okay to have an executive session go over time on our start time of this meeting. That's okay.
No, it's not.
Okay, it's not. But the fact is it happens.
It does happen.
And then so you get to have that time, even if it's not okay. We don't get to take that away from you because you won't let us. You don't let us. You don't let us tell you executive sessions have to be at the end of the meeting and not on our time. You won't let that happen if we tell you that, because we've asked it before. But you're trying to diminish our time from 5 minutes to 3. And if we have to over everything and get it redacted every time.
No, let me be clear about that. This would not go to the Oprah attorney, any of these requests. It's just a mechanism to use. I could have made it
Mayor,
before.
I have overed many things, and I'm telling you, the taxpayers are paying a lot of money in black ink.
Oh,
I
I don't disagree with that.
I have total documents blacked out, and I won a lawsuit over 20 pages that shouldn't have been redacted. Okay, so we paid an attorney to redact 20 pages just because you guys didn't want to give me that information.
Okay.
Shouldn't have been redacted. And my other concern is when Ms. Shisia stood up here at the last meeting and asked a simple question. It was regarding a lot of money, but the question was about what this account was. She said, I don't remember the name of the account. What is this trust account? What is that? And she was told she had to Oprah that. That is the simplest question to be answered here on public record of what kind of account that is. I understand if it's something that has to be looked into and explained and can't be answered here right on time. But to not be able to explain what an account is and telling somebody to Oprah that, it just doesn't make sense. You watch other town council meetings and people don't get interrupted during their time. They ask questions, council takes notes. By the end, they respond to almost every question that was asked, or they respond by saying, we don't have an answer to that. We're going to look into it and get back to you, or announce it publicly at the next meeting. It's very efficient and nobody's interrupted, and therefore time is respected and everyone's time is valuable. But when we are being disrespected, interrupted, told no, told you can't have information, you can't have to Oprah that, what's the point? That's a dictatorship. That is not sitting here. That is sitting here for no reason as a resident, as a taxpayer. This is our job. This is our due diligence we do up here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to have to fight all this. But I want to know where my money's going. I want to know why my taxes went up so much. I wanna know where the COVID money is, I wanna know where the $1 million is from the Kim Humphrey 2022 budget, I wanna know all those answers. But I don't get them through Oprah, I don't get them from the CFO, I'm just told there's no responsive records. We have no records, that's what I'm told. So is that even an answer? We have no records of where our COVID money was.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody for your comments. We're gonna move now to the C. Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're far exceeding our time on this workshop, so I think we need to really move on at this point. So we're gonna have a 15-minute hearing on CDBG grant applications. It's a public hearing. CME is going to present this, and then it's gonna be followed by a CME engineering project update.
The mayor saying he has a personal emergency.
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, I didn't know if you heard it,
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you got it.
Okay, hopefully everybody can see that on Zoom. And I don't think I'm gonna require the full 55 minutes allotted for me, so.
Thank you,
Hopefully
Matt.
I'll help to shorten the meeting. So the first thing we're here to talk about today is a CDBG grant application. That is a community development block grant that is run through Monmouth County. Sorry, I don't have like a pointer. So the application we're looking to apply for is improvements to the municipal building right outside here. The front entrance to the clerk's office, I'm sorry, not the clerk's office, the front area where you go pick up your leaf badges, is not ADA compliant. There's a little, about 4-inch step that you have to walk up. So we're looking to rectify that. Remove the step and install an automatic door. This application is due July 19th. It is a maximum grant award of $200,000. That is a non-matching grant. Eligible projects under a CDBG grant are construction or rehabilitation of public facilities and ADA improvements. So this checks both of those boxes. The application requires a public meeting and public input. That's why I'm here today. The construction cost estimate is about $131,000. I know that seems like a lot. The doors are expensive, and we also want to make sure that we include enough area of the pavers in front for any regrading, tying in we have to do. And we're applying for a grant, so we don't want to ask too little. There is a resolution on the agenda tonight for the council to vote on to approve the submission of the grant. And awards for this grant are typically announced in the fall. And that's basically it. For my presentation on this, I would like to open it up to the council for any questions or comments, and then the public, if that's all right.
Can you give us, thank you, Ben, I appreciate you being here and hanging with us. Can you give us a back of the envelope, kind of like, what's it gonna look like? Was it ramp coming in from the side, or what are we talking about?
So we thought about a couple of different ways to do it. I'd like to avoid having like railings, a concrete ramp or something like that, that you might see like a switchback type style.
Oh, so 4 inches, you're not gonna need a switch back.
No, you wouldn't need that.
Right.
But what we would like to do is just raise up the pavers to meet the, you can see the yellow line at the bottom of the door there. That's kind of like the watch your step, yellow painted line. We just raise up the pavers to meet that, and then we would take out that door that's there and put in a brand new door with like a push button to allow wheelchair access.
An elegant solution, thank you. Have you thought about up here? Meaning, God forbid somebody runs for council and they're in a wheelchair. what is this town gonna do? And I've kind of been waiting for this day. I'm glad you just clicked your pen because, I've just been kind of waiting for a long time for somebody to think about, well, you know. I don't know if this requires a redesign of this whole building, but, and what everybody has to remember is we are all, every single person out there, we're all one accident or one illness away from being that person in a wheelchair. So, if that is beyond the scope of the ADA compliance that you're applying for now, could you possibly please, or I guess together as a borough, we would decide this, but I hope my colleagues would agree with me that maybe for the next round of funding, we look at what we can do, because this ain't accessible. But thank you.
That is true, and that's a very good thought, and that's something that we can look into.
Thank you very much.
Ben, as a part of this analysis that you've conducted, have you had the opportunity to look at the rest of our municipal properties? Whether it be DPW, whether it be the police station, the fire department? Are we compliant ADA wise everywhere else?
So I haven't done a thorough review of every property. We actually aren't ADA compliant to this building, because the entrance into the courtroom is ADA accessible. Just this front entrance is not, so we want to rectify that. I did actually go to the Public Works building. It is not, it doesn't appear that it's ADA compliant, at least from the front entrance. You would have to put in some type of like chairlift or something like that, because you just don't have the room to put in a large ramp there. They do have a few good steps up to their building. From my understanding, there is very little public visitation to the Public Works building. So that is not in the scope of work right now. Again, that could be looked at in a future phase or future grant. But you know, we were focused on the municipal building at this point.
And other properties, have you had a chance to look at those as well?
I haven't gone to the other properties.
I know the library is already ADA compliant. Thank you, Ben. It's a great presentation. I appreciate it. Do you want to give us the project's update?
Yes, I would, before I do that, I would like to open this one up to the public because it is part of the grant requirement.
Oh, sure. Okay, great. I'd like to make a motion. We open this up to the public.
Second,
Mrs. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes.
Ms. Mahoney excused, Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox excused.
Any comments or questions?
Oh, favoritism?
Well, maybe.
Excuse me.
I'm going alphabetical. This is,
Bye
we're
for now.
5
Oh,
minutes, but try to
Big comments and story around. It's not like, how will this impact the architectural columns? Will they be worked into the ramp? Yeah, they'll be worked in. We don't anticipate modifying them. And then will the doors swing in? Or swing out or go? They would still swing in. Swing out, that's good, great, thank you.
Mr. Greenberg.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm just curious about the price. You said doors
Don.
are expensive. Oh, Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place.
Yeah.
What are those doors cost?
So the doors themselves are probably about $55,000. Yeah, something along that lines.
Is that including profit margin or?
Yeah, that includes purchase of the materials, installation by a contractor that has to pay prevailing wage rates.
Okay,
And then, like I said, we included a good area of paver sidewalk restoration. Just to cover our bases, to make sure that any regrading we have to do is.
still sandbag. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Good minute.
Nancy made a motion for the meetings. What is the maintenance on these doors? I don't wish to offend our public works department, who still has no contract. Dig. But I cannot imagine that at the moment, they would know how to repair
automatic doors. So I'm looking at, we would either have to train or have a service contract. And I would love to know the annual cost that would be adding, because currently they are able to repair these doors. And as much as I'm in favor of his ease of access to anything possible, because I'm one of those people who's more than one day closer to needing it. We are compliant because we do have the other entrance, so to me, this is not as urgent as other projects. And I fully support Mr. Weber's concern regarding the configuration of this one. To me, that is more necessary than this, since there is an alternative for this. Also, I have one questions. The public would like to know the cost of maintenance and repair of these doors.
I don't have any maintenance contract costs or anything right now. That's something we can look into if we obtain the grant to. And we actually pick a manufacturer. And things like that.
So that could even cost for doors. I'd like to know my costs before.
Well, we have an estimate, we just don't have the maintenance costs. We have an estimate for construction.
Well, on the whole job, exactly, thank you, the whole job, thank you.
So for the postman, this stage of this process is applying for the grant, so this isn't deciding to do the project yet. So if we get the grant and we award a contract, then Ms. Meadows, your point is well taken, with all that information should be known when we agree to actually spend it.
Well, didn't they say once we accept the grant, we gotta go through with it?
You don't have to,
Oh, okay.
it's not necessarily to your benefit of future grants, but that's tomorrow's problem.
I mean, I would think. You can make calls to certain people, with these norms and find out what it entails before we apply this.
I'm sure Ben will now.
I don't know, it doesn't work for me.
I can tell you that, the installation of the doors, typically any project that we do comes with a maintenance bond, for usually a 2-year period. So at least for the first 2 years that, the doors are installed, any maintenance that is associated with it due to, workmanship, is covered under that bond.
And Ben, I have one other thought, since this is essentially Main Street and you explained that you're raising the pavers up, and we're talking about doing all the pavers or not doing all the pavers and doing a lot of stuff on Main Street. Is this something that can be incorporated into that work, or get this money and just sort of take it, do that work and just take this money to kind of cover that?
Yeah, I would say that if this, I guess depending on how the projects line up, this project would probably be a standalone, and we would then not have to do this in the other Main Street.
But standalone before or after, don't worry about it. You're gonna do the pavers here, and then we're gonna get a giant grant, we're gonna do all the pavers.
Probably before.
Okay. So,
And I'll get to that.
Okay.
little bit.
Okay, and Erica, do we have any questions on Zoom?
I don't know, actually.
You can't see it?
Grant you're looking to obtain?
200.
Yes, the cost estimate is 131,000, so we're looking to apply for that. The maximum ask is 200,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just need to see the Zoom screen.
Oh,
Thanks.
okay.
Thanks, Ben.
I don't think it has a hand. I can see a couple people on the side.
Okay. No, hands, okay, great, thank you.
We go to, next
Yeah,
one.
so this second, if they just, unless. Meredith, I don't know, do you want to preview this? You want me to?
Well, I think we should close
Yeah.
the hearing first.
Yeah, close it,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
So make a motion to close this hearing.
Second,
Mr. Noble,
yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse Mr. Weber,
yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. You want me to preview them or you want to think? Okay. So Ben's going to go through a number of projects. For those who aren't aware of this, we've been very fortunate to get a number of grants. We've been working diligently on these projects. we're at various stages, but we thought this would be a good meeting to get everybody kind of up to speed. Plus, I think after this, we need some funding and approvals by the council to continue some of the work. So with that, Ben, I'd ask you to take us through it.
Yes, so this is a list of upcoming projects that we are working on. Well, going to work. So originally, this presentation is going to be the kind of precursor to asking for authorization for a number of these projects. It's my understanding that the budget has to be passed first before any authorizations can be issued. So I will still go through all the projects and ask that look for some council action once the budget is passed to authorize the start of this work. So a brief overview, we are looking at the Main Street streetscape, the full length of the town. Municipal building ADA improvements, we just talked about that. That is the CDBG grant. We'll be also looking to apply for an NJDOT 2025 municipal aid grant application. And then we have a couple of other grants that we want to implement. Asset activation grant that is issued through the DCA. A boardwalk preservation grant that is the promenade extension, excuse me. And then the recreation center, we actually have 2 grants for that. So let's start with. First one is going to be the recreation center. So we have 2 grants, the municipal park improvement grant through Monmouth County. It's kind of a division of their open space program. And then local recreation improvement grant again through the DCA, Division of Community Affairs. $265,000 from Monmouth County, that's a 50% match. And then the local recreation improvement grant, $74,000, that does not require match. The scope of the work is the same as it was when we did a presentation to apply for the Monmouth County grant. Tennis and basketball court resurfacing with pickleball striping, drainage improvements to the playground to prevent some spawning that goes on there, new playground equipment, and then upgrades to the paver walkways. So part of my scope of work is to put together a concept plan, and this has all been detailed in a proposal to Meredith that she may have shared with you. Put together a concept plan and have a public hearing to get some input, some council input, and then get an approval on the design and layout before we advance to final design.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Erica, you're gonna say that you're not seeing the slides. Zoom. Everyone's seeing the first.
I don't have,
Oh,
can you?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Need a moment, just. Yes.
Stop sharing and try to reshare. There is a resolution on the agenda tonight to authorize some environmental work that is required by Monmouth County. Any Monmouth County municipal park improvement grant or open space grant requires a preliminary environmental assessment. This is a small authorization. It's a $7,000 cost for the environmental assessment. And that is a requirement in order to receive the grant funds. The cost estimate for this project is still the same as, the last time I gave a presentation on this, $662,000. And, that is hopefully in the works, as, you know, as soon as the budget is passed, we'll look for a, authorization to begin the design work as well. The next one,
I'm sorry, Ben, quick question.
yes,
I know the total cost is 662, and I played with math beforehand just to make sure I followed it. $74,000 grant, no match, 265 grant that is matching. So the borough's kicking in 265, there's the 74 plus the 265 grant money. Total that up and we're like 58,000 shy of 662. So the borough's putting the extra 58,000.
yeah, so at this point, it's still just a preliminary estimate. We can, you know, once we get into the design phase, we'll refine that. And if there, you know, if there is a shortfall, then the borough may need to come up with additional money, or we can modify the design to fit into the borough's budget.
Okay, and I know I've asked this before, but I'm pretty sure the answer was we can't move dollars around, at least not that much. Because I at least asked the question, if there was interest in the borough considering a dog park up towards the railroad tracks. It's the same general area, but would dollars be available if the borough wanted to reallocate from, I don't know, some other element of this project to that, or would that be a separate project, separate grant?
I believe that's a separate project, because the grant was specifically for these improvements, when we applied for it.
In the pickleball, I just can't tell by looking at this picture, but where would the pickleball courts?
Sure, so the tennis courts right here actually have the pickleball striping on it. Going the opposite direction.
Never having played pickleball myself, I didn't recognize the stripes. Thank you.
So the next one is Main Street. So the borough recently was awarded a congressionally directed spending grant. $1,416,279 for improvements to Main Street. And so we've had a few meetings with a committee of people, I'll say. I don't want to call it a committee because I don't think it's not an official appointed committee or anything like that, but a committee consisting of the mayor, Councilman Weber, Biagio Buffon, our public works director, Meredith DeMarco, and a few business owners and residents. We discussed the project limits, the scope of the improvements, and various cost estimates. And so this is just a map of the zoning map, just to show you what we're talking about. Basically, we're talking about replacing the paver sidewalk, keeping the same pavers, improvements to ADA ramps, amenities including benches, bike racks, light poles, trash cans, and street trees.
Hey, Ben, did I misunderstand you? Did you say keeping the same papers? But that's what you said.
Same style.
Same style.
Sorry, don't want to confuse you. Not reusing the same paper.
That's a good catch, Mr.
We are looking at doing the entire limit of Main Street. There was discussion early on about whether or not we want to just do, you know, a couple of blocks and do the entire scope of the improvements with the grant money that we have. But it was discussed that it may be better to expend the money throughout the entire limit of Main Street, so that all of the borough gets the same benefit. So with that, we also have a a second grant application that's been submitted. Same type of grant, congressionally directed spend, was applied for. We anticipate that to be announced in early 2025. And we're looking at a timeline of, it's about a 2-year time. Right now, we're just about at the beginning of the third quarter of this year. So we're looking for authorization to begin the design, begin reviewing the permit requirements. Because we have federal funding for this, there are additional environmental requirements that are included, and additional approvals required by federal highway law. Probably it'll be a 4 to 6 month process to do a design. Then we go through the NJDOT review process because we're on State Route 71, and then we have a federal review process because it's a federal funded grant. Once we go through the federal approvals, then we have a public bid, final design and then public bid, and then we get into construction, which we're shooting for middle of 2025 to begin construction. And it's probably, depending on how much work we're doing, could be a 6 to 12 month construction period. There's a little bit up in the air because we, are still waiting for that second grant to come, but we want to be ready when it does. Any questions on this?
Quick 2 questions, I guess. One is, as we move forward with this, will the work we do, the investment we make in Main Street, which I'm 100% supportive of, but will this work preclude us from considering moving any of our lines underground, electric lines, telephone lines, so forth?
It doesn't have to, because your utility poles are right up against the curb line. This work is all outside of the curb. So if the desire is to put utility lines underground, it could go in front of the curb, under the road. Obviously, that would be subject to state approval, because it's a state highway. But I think that it's still an option in the future. But it is very expensive.
It's not part of this design that you've laid out.
It's not part of this design that was applied for. I believe I told you before that the preliminary estimates from JCP&L are $1 million a block to put utility lines underground. I've asked them for kind of more detailed breakdown of that, and they told me they wouldn't even attempt that without us giving them, a good chunk of money for their cost to do that effort.
I mean, if we were to ever go down that path to at least evaluate it, it would have to be in conjunction with another major project, building out sewer lines and whatever.
I think so.
Otherwise, it's gonna be $1 million a block, and maybe even a side of a block. So I appreciate that. The streetlights, are we talking in this committee, are we talking about replacing the existing streetlights all with one uniform design, or what?
Yeah, so we have a couple different types of streetlights in town. There's the single fixture streetlights that are a little bit newer. The older ones are the double fixture. They kind of have like the McDonald's arch shape. There are a lot more of the double fixtures in town than the signals. So replacement of those with the singles is much more costly. So these are some of the decisions that we're attempting to make during, through the preliminary process. And that would be further, finalized once we actually get into the design and really hammer down costs and design layout and what funding is available. There's definitely been some very good input at some of the meetings that we've had to try and figure out how we're going to spend the money, what the look that we're going for is going to be, and what the desired effect is of the lights.
the double lights are the downlights, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. That would be my personal vote. Thanks.
Yeah, that was, I think that was kind of the way we were leaning because there.
Cost.
Because of the cost, basically, there's much more of them existing in town, so the single lights to replace those would be, much less. And there was the concern about, upward shining lights, that might affect apartments on Main Street.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions on Main Street, I'll move on to the next one. This is the promenade extension. So, like I said, we have a boardwalk preservation grant, from the DCA. It's a $4,275,000 grant. Requires 5% match. And the scope of the project here is to extend the promenade and the bulkhead from, Third Avenue where it ends, all the way until the Avalon, border. This is the existing condition. And then this is the, the concept of what the improvements would look like. We would still keep the same style with green space, in front along Ocean Avenue, and then the promenade behind. Right in the middle there is Second Avenue Grill. We would incorporate that into the design. The building would stay, same with the pump station, on the left side.
Yeah, we don't want a pump station.
Correct. So the grant that we have, the 4.275, gets us about to the Second Avenue Grill. The full limit, of the project, is probably in the $12 to $15 million range. So we are continuing to explore, additional funding, options for that. But we obviously have a very good start with the $4+ million that we did, receive. We have ADA beach access with, ramps going down to the beach. And, similar to the design that the Army Corps used, however many years ago it was, probably 30, 40 years ago.
1993.
Yeah, we have, jetty rock, likely in front of the bulkhead. And I think that's right. And then different amenities on the promenade, benches, lighting, trash receptacles, things like that to match what we have currently.
So I think on this one, our decision making needs to be. That first clump of green on the right is kind of what we're funded through, or maybe a little bit further than that into Second Avenue. The second green south of there would be pretty much completing. And then the third piece would be that little kind of horseshoe around the pump house. Minimally, I'd like to see us get those first two done. The pump house may or may not be as important in that we've got dune and jetty rock in front of that right now from a protection perspective. So we just got to sort out as a town what's our appetite for how much money and how much grant money we can get. And hopefully there's a boardwalk too by our governor coming up here.
Correct. Any questions on this one? Okay. Next is an asset activation grant. This is another grant from the DCA. It's a $50,000 grant. And the $50,000 is for planning, design, and permitting to rehabilitate unused assets. So this is an underutilized building located on at 54 Ocean Avenue between I believe it's Ocean Park Ave and Park Place.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. And then the scope of work for this project is to basically figure out how we're going to reutilize this building. Our scope of work involves, again, a public hearing to solicit input and basically determine the end use of the building. Public input, council input, and figure out what we want to do with this underutilized asset. We do have just a conceptual rendering what we were thinking, of taking the existing building there, adding on a covering, in between two buildings, having a restroom on the other side for public use at the beach. Right now, you have the trailer hooked up in the summer, in this location, so we would be able, we already have sewer there, which is great. So we'd be able to use that space to put a permanent restroom.
So the current building's on the right in this rendering, is that right?
The current building's on the
On the
left,
left, on the,
looking from the roadside.
one more time, it's on the,
The current building would be on the left,
got it, okay,
and then the proposed restroom addition would be on the right.
got it, okay.
And then from a CAFRA standpoint, we can extend south, not east. Is that correct?
Couldn't we just turn the building now that's there into restrooms?
I was just gonna ask that.
That is an option, and that's part of, the discussion process. How can we reutilize this building?
But just from a CAFRA permitting standpoint, we can do this.
Yeah, this is permittable, by CAFRA, and we would. That's, again, that's part of this grant, is to go through that process. To, we'd have a meeting with the DEP, in the beginning, talk about what type of improvement we want to make, and then go through what permits we need.
Could part of the, well, would it be possible to just take the existing building and turn it into some kind of concession that then that's what would make the town money?
Yes, that is, again, one of the options, it's, nothing's decided yet. The intent is to take the building that is underutilized and utilize it somehow. So, what we're looking for is an approval to begin that process, to spend the grant money. And once we start, we have 6 months to spend the money, and then come up with a use and a design of what we want to do.
I'm just surprised to see another building. I didn't even think about another, whose idea was that?
That was, because the restroom, trailer is parked right next to this building.
Right.
That was, a concept of, well, we can eliminate that and make it
Right.
a permanent building. And then utilize the existing building
I just,
for something else.
such as you're building another building, you're blocking people's view, and I just think we can utilize what we have there already for a bathroom. I think a great idea is a bathroom, because the playground's right there, and people could use it. Obviously, we need it. That's why we have the trailer there. I think that'd be better utilization. I don't see why we should add on to it and spend more money. It doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know.
You said we'll have an opportunity though to
Yeah,
get public
Yes.
comment.
Yeah,
okay.
100%, and that is, part of the grant is asking for public input. Because it's a public facility that is not being used to its full potential. And not just this building, but in other towns, same thing. And so they want to see what the people, what the public wants and what the council wants, and that's what we're aiming to do with this grant.
Right, and the original idea was to utilize it for the Historic Society. And, building on this concept, can they generate some revenue in that little breezeway, selling some of their stuff in the summer, having people in there? The restroom deal would benefit both the mini golf people that go there and the people at the playground. So, the core building is pretty tight. We'd have to bang onto that, we'd have to add on to that building, I think, because there's just not a lot of space in that building. If you want.
Yeah, it is a pretty small building right now.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and I have one more. I mentioned the NJDOT grant application, so this is, these are the areas that we're looking at. This would be a continuation of work that is already started. Park Place Avenue, we would pick up where the current project that should be finishing up in the next couple of weeks left off. and going to, Ocean Avenue. Fifth Avenue, we have a project that's been submitted to the DOT for approval, that takes us up to Madison Avenue. There's actually already another grant that the borough has that will cover the next two blocks, so we want to also, finish off the last block of Fifth Avenue and include that in this grant application. So on the agenda tonight is a resolution for the approval of the grant application submission. So we are just looking for approval by the council to submit the grant application this time, and scope of the improvements, fill and overlay, drainage upgrades, and we look at the center sewers.
Then I don't think we have a estimated cost for that. Is that something you've worked up yet or not yet?
We do have an estimated cost, and I don't have it with me. But it is, I would say it's probably in the $500,000 to $700,000 range. We'll probably be asking for more than what we get. Typically, that is how it goes with DOT. And so if that happens, we'll pull back the limits as needed to be able to utilize the funding that we get.
Thanks.
Thank you for all your work and all the grants you've
Of
given
course.
us in your.
Yeah, just in the last 2 years, the borough's got over $9 million worth of grant money, which is amazing.
Well,
And that's, congratulations to you.
thank you.
Thank you.
We got our fingers crossed for another one coming in, rolling in, hopefully pretty soon from DEP, but, no, this is great work. This is infrastructure and this is improving our community. This is what we should be focused on as a community. I think, we've got the right focus on it. Now we just gotta start executing. I'm a little bit impatient with some of the federal money in that it takes forever to get all the approvals. But one of the things you put up here, Ben, that I'm very happy to see is that 8-quarter view of particularly Main Street. Because we are going in for more money. We're hoping that we can get funding next year that can kind of cover everything. But it's going to take probably 8 quarters to get everything done. Get going. So, but the end product will be well worth the time. And if we can get funding to do it, that's even better. So. You didn't cover Sylvan Lake, but we're working on it.
Correct.
Or-
If you want, I can give it a 2-minute report on.
Sure.
We had a meeting with the Avon group that's working on Sylvan Lake and discussed the recent grant the borough got. It's about a $2.4 million grant, something like that, which was for rehabilitation of that failing bulkhead near the east side of the lake. And so we had a discussion of what our proposed plan was going to be versus the project that they're working on, and just to make sure that they don't conflict with each other. So we're going to try and move forward with that. I don't have all the details for that one yet because we just got that grant, but we're working on that as well.
Ben, on that note, you said you talked to the Avon side. Are you talking to the group that does has been looking at the dredging?
The whole team was there.
Okay, that Marty McHugh.
Yeah, the Reppy crew and Allen was there.
Yes.
Okay, because Captain Al Majeski in particular reached out to me to raise some concerns that they wanted to get better connected. It sounds like you made that connection.
Yes, he was there as well.
Okay, thank
But
you.
they're doing living shoreline, and if you're talking about replacing bulkheads, those are like two diametrically opposed things.
Well, it's a continuation of the project or the treatment of the bulkhead that was already done on the eastern portion. It's not the solid wall of the Allen block wall that you see on the west side. It's more of a kind of a combination of the two, a wall for protection as well as
Some living shoreline.
Plantings and treatment that was done near the Sylvan Lake Park. Okay.
Yeah, so right now that's the plan. Because the other plan potentially would eat into about 9 feet of Bradley Boulevard. Which doesn't sound great, but I think we might be able to accomplish both. We just gotta keep working at, working the project. Okay, very good. Any other comments? If not, then you're ahead of schedule. It's a Christmas miracle. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the work you all have done on this, and I think we're gonna see some great results in the next year and a half. Okay, the next agenda item is approval of minutes. We've got, do we need a public comment at all? Oh, I'm sorry, you said,
Well,
yeah, sure. Let's do, so let's do 10 minutes of public comments, thanks. Which will get right to Ben's time.
Brigitte McGuire, it's Temperley Ave. I just wanted to ask some questions. The recreation center, that grant was done already, and is that why the dog park can't be entertained in that?
Right, the scope of that project and that grant was already set during the grant application. So those limits are set.
Okay. And, the drawing of the pump house that you had up, that breezeway, was that part of like the walkway to the street enough, or it was part of that?
Not the pump house, you're talking about the concept plan of the two buildings with the.
Yeah.
That was just a walkway between the buildings. I think you're getting at, is it gonna overtake where the playground is? The answer is no, it's the opposite side of the playground.
Right, so my question is, is that breezeway part just part of the boardwalk, or is that like where the entry is from the street? You know how they have like the wide entry
Actually, where the
there?
grass is right now.
Okay,
between that.
so because it's not on the entry part, I feel like it's just more to build and it's more cost. That's also just a 50K grant, so what is really the total cost of something like that?
The grant is not for construction, it's only for design and planning.
Oh, so
yeah.
we would take the whole cost of the building.
Well,
Or you would have to look for another grant to fund construction.
Okay.
Right.
I don't hate the idea of doing bathrooms and maybe adding on concessions as well. Like if the building could just be added on and have 2 separate spaces or, you know, something like that. I don't hate it because it's near the playground. I like the idea of having both bathrooms and concessions. I just think this was just a little overdone, but I don't think it needs to stay as tiny as what's there. My opinion is to, enlarge it a little bit and maybe make it 2 little things, a little ice cream stand and bathrooms or something. So just wanted to share my input on that. The boardwalk that was like the 4,275,000, right? When that's a 5% match, that means 5% of that amount is what we have to pay. And then we're still responsible for anything beyond that number if the cost is more than that.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not really, the 4 million is just the grant money. That doesn't mean that's the cost of the project. So it could technically cost us more than just that 5% match, right?
Depending on what the size of the project is.
Right.
And like the mayor said, we can alter the limits to utilize the 4 million or extend beyond.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. Since 1988, I've wanted a bathroom at the pump station. I've never wanted a breezeway. Never wanted a concession, because we did actually have the concession, we had the gate, we had the no one I ever know is, included in these plans and discussions and meetings. And they always seem to be more grand than those of us who've been asking for things. Want. I distinctly remember something about getting the grant to research what we're gonna do. I thought we already did that. I thought we made it clear that historical artifacts did not belong so close to the ocean. And it just underscores to me how we, the people, are not listened to. We don't want grand ramps into Borough Hall, like the ridiculous ones that are on the beach, but a bad ramp is better than no ramp. And we don't need a grand bathroom. People from mini golf, quite honestly, are equidistant from the rain bathrooms to Park Place bathrooms, to the Park Place playground. So they're not gonna all be running in one direction. They divide it up, and it also depends where the gate guard sends them. It's just mind-boggling to me. And then the fact that 5% of 4 million on a promenade, that's $200,000, I think, Mr. Gubitosi, is it not? It's my math. You know, I forget with my zeros. We're bankrupt. The fact that you're entertaining spending any of this is absolutely, again, mind-boggling to me, in my opinion. It's irresponsible. Simple is best. And to even go forward with the Main Street stuff, we didn't see any renderings, any drawings. So how can you even make decisions unless we're assuming it's the drawings that we've seen for the last few years? Which again, many of us did not want those things. So, I guess there's only a few of us, we're missing one person to vote, and I just, as always, beg of you to be the stewards of our money. Deep down, it's your money as well. It's also your aesthetic as well. Are we a pretentious town? Is that the look we're going for? Or just a little parent want to be able to take their child from the playground to use the bathroom?
Ms. Meadow, just one quick question, one quick thought.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
you sing?
Sorry.
You sing?
I
I
don't think
meant
you
to
have.
say it earlier.
My only comment was gonna be, just so you're clear, it sounded like we may not all be on the same page. We're not voting on these projects tonight. But we are voting on perhaps making an application for some grant funding. But just so you know, the public will have an opportunity to weigh in on all of these designs.
Yeah, well, we kind of know how that's gone when some of us weighed in, kind of tuned out on other issues.
Just so
Thank you for
you and
clarifying.
you'll have that chance.
I appreciate it.
Yes. Take this one and.
Yeah, one on-
West 12th, Third Avenue, you smell like, that building that you showed on Ocean Park Avenue, what was the height of that with that hip roof?
It was the same height as the building itself. I don't have the dimension of
12 feet, 16 feet.
I don't know.
Are you aware that a lot of residents complain when that porta john went up? They don't like looking at it, so I don't know who represents the north end, but I'm thinking. Those people aren't gonna be real keen on a 12, 16-foot building coming east from that site, so just be prepared when the public hearing starts, okay? Because they've already told. What is the projected lifespan of the pavers on these?
That I don't know.
Because the other pavers are not 40 years old yet, so if these are gonna get us 100 years, then maybe it's worth it, but. And I still think there's nothing wrong with what's there. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more on the board and then we'll close. I can't read.
Mia Moller.
Thank you. Yes.
I think I'm unmuted. Yeah, hi, Mia Mullen, 302 Fourth Avenue. I have to agree with what TJ just said as far as building another building and making it almost look more commercial right there up on the beach. Jane's question was not answered. Where did that idea come from? I don't understand why the answer was not provided when Jane asked the question. I do think that there's no need to have a new building. It should just be maybe the small bathroom. If there's room for a concession, great. If not, no need to expand upon it because it will be sort of an eyesore for the people who live up there. And being that this is a small town, we don't need to further commercialize it. The other thing is, I don't know if it's been considered, if there's even any room, but if you put pickleball lines on a tennis court, it's kind of useless for the tennis court. If anybody's a tennis player, it's kind of impossible to play real tennis, a real match, a game, even just a game, never mind a set, when you've got these pickleball lines on the court. So I would almost say either get rid of the tennis court altogether because you're just wasting money, town money, or try to find out a way to accommodate both a complete tennis court that works and also pickleball courts, maybe fewer pickleball courts, and expand upon the pavement area to also still have a tennis court. A pickleball court can back into the margins of a tennis court, so then somebody can't play tennis at the same time, but it's first come, first serve, whatever that might be. But if you have lines on a tennis court, any tennis player will tell you they can't play tennis. It's like somebody, I don't know, I don't know what an analogy would be, but if there's a baseball game coming on and there's another ball flying over the field, how are they going to know what ball to catch? It just doesn't work in playing that sport. That's all. I don't know if there's any tennis players in the small crowds that we get at these meetings that we're trying to maybe have more people go to. That's all.
Thank you.
Just to answer the.
Name and address, please.
Go
ahead.
Just to answer that question, I believe the idea of the two buildings that are connected came from discussion with the mayor administrator. Because there's the existing bathroom that's hooked up in the summer right there. Originally, the plan was to add onto the building and connect a bathroom. Our architect team came up with the idea of the breezeway between, so that's where that came from. Again, the grant is for planning and design, so there is no design. There's no plan for how this building is going to be utilized. The grant is to come up with a plan on how to utilize this building. And part of that, again, is public input from the mayor and council. And, we're happy to listen to any ideas that you guys have.
Ben, can you remind me the square footage of the existing building? Is it 20 by 20?
20 by 32.
20 by 32.
I think I'm going on that.
So approximately 600 square. Pretty big.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. So we'll move to the next agenda item, which is the approval of minutes. Make a motion to approve the May 22, 2024 council business minutes.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse Mr. Weber?
I'll abstain, I wasn't here.
Mayor Fox?
Abstain, wasn't here. May 22, 2024 executive session minutes. I guess we found something in the,
Should be the sentence that he went so fast.
yeah, no, I'm saying maybe we should table the approval of these. Can we table the approval?
No,
If we can't?
Don't table it. I can make the corrections and send them back out to you.
So. Say what you said again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can send them back out to you with the corrections.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Then make a motion to approve May 22nd, 2024 executive session minutes
With corrections.
with corrections.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse Mr. Weber?
Abstain, I wasn't here.
Mayor Fox?
Same.
And you'll get me that sentence?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the May 30th, 2024 special meeting minutes.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Abstain, I was excused.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excused. Mr. Weber?
I'll abstain, I wasn't here.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, we'll now go to public comments pertaining to 9/12 agenda.
We have May 30th executive session.
Oh, then this one, oh, I'm sorry, May
Yeah.
30th, 2024 executive session minutes, I'm sorry. I'll make a motion to approve those.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Abstain.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber,
Abstain, I wasn't here.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, public comments pertaining to 612 agenda items only. Any questions? Yes.
On the green flag for 14 Monmouth Avenue, I didn't have a chance to ask the question of Mr. Medlock. I did not hear on the Main Street, grant and plan, anything about striping, bicycle lanes, garbage cans, recycling, and even importantly, trees. Is that planned for down the
That's
road?
all in the plan.
Is in the plan?
Yes.
Trees?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah, the trees, I thought I mentioned, if I didn't, I apologize. Yes, street trees are included in the plan. Striping for, parallel parking spaces is being considered. But striping for bike lanes or changing the road, lane, configuration is not part of this. We're not including paving or anything like that. It's basically just from the curb towards the buildings.
Thanks, Ben. Any other questions on the agenda? Yes.
Hello, I'm Robin Flipsy. I live at 408 Lake Terrace. And I just want to have a comment about the affordable housing issue because I think we have a wonderful town made up of a lot of variety of housing and it's not that big a town, it's mixed throughout. So we have the single family homes and we have back houses and we have bungalows and we have condos and we have apartments and rental units. And I think that's really the nature of our towns. And I really believe that people who qualify for affordable housing should be allowed to live in any neighborhood in our town, any street, any part of the town. And I'm really afraid that we, are not going to be able to honor that if there's a move to limit the affordable housing only to Main Street. And I don't even understand why that would be. It doesn't seem fair, it doesn't seem right. But I just want to go on the record that I, would welcome any affordable housing buildings in my neighborhood. And I know a lot of people who have mentioned it to me. I can't speak for everyone, but I know that that was something that there was a lot of agreement.
Mr. Mayor, can I address that?
Just to address that comment, the planning board, I was on the planning board for 11 years, and a long time ago, the planning board, as we were supposed to do, just had to make a decision and create the area for affordable housing in this town, and they decided on Main Street, and it wasn't random, it's because the state gives you criteria, and one of the things they want it to be near public transportation and things like that, so that's why, that's where that was done, and the planning board worked on that for years. That's what was decided, there was public meetings and all that stuff, it wasn't just some random idea to put it on Main Street, so it was a whole bunch of us up here, and that's what was decided a long time ago.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm Jake Colan, 612 Third Avenue. I am a affordable housing advocate, and I've stood in this forum when 301 Main Street was approved. I asked for the affordable housing component as per the plan. I was told that they don't get it. In 2017, I contacted the Fair Share Housing Center. I said, help us get 80 units at 301. I came to, they ran away. They are complicit in the fact that we don't have these. And for Mayor Fox to use Fair Share Housing Center as the people who make the obligation, okay, they're complicit. They should have gotten us those units when it happened. I have the email for it. The people in this town deserve those affordable units paid for by developers. I came to the meetings when 811 Main Street was approved. I said, where are the units? Oh, we don't have to supply them. What do you mean you don't have to supply them? And now for us, the residents, to have to give up $1 million lot when we're barely gonna make it, if that's the case, we're making no money on this church thing because it's been a debacle with the money that's been wasted on all these processes. Okay, it's really simple. The developers have to supply the units. I volunteer for round 4. The
be on a committee to help solve this, because there's plenty of ways to solve our obligation at builder expense. I know, Mayor, you take illegal meetings with builders, and the judges know that, but, and these happen to be some of the same people who didn't have to supply the units. So now we residents have to supply them for millions of dollars. So this is the problem. Your letter in the paper was really silly. And so you really gotta go for the facts. I'll stand here and say, I have the emails from me contacting Kevin Walsh and his office in 2017 to get the units that we rightfully deserve. Mayor Engelstad never followed up with our round 3 affordable housing plan to create the avenues for us to supply the units. Spring Lake increased their building permit fees and have a separate fee for affordable housing. That's how they can now build 2 of the most expensive affordable units in the state at the bank on Main Street, because they built up that fund properly. They did the administrative groundwork that was needed, which was not done by the Engelstad administration or your administration. So to cry now, affordable housing, I'm an advocate, I've been here. The record will show, if you go back to the record for those planning board meetings, everybody told me no. And so the residents should not have to pay for it. I would advise you to do what you were told in October by the council. Immediately apply to the land use board for the preliminary approval, and then deed restricted, and then sell the property. This is not a good time to do it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
Regine McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. I would also like to ask the council to vote down the sale of the church. I hate that this is going to look like a stall tactic once again in an election year. The deed restrictions are to be done first. It's what has been discussed since last October. I don't know why we're trying to do an authorization of the sale. It's the cart before the horse. That's our tagline here in Bradley Beach. So please, do not approve the sale until this goes in front of land use board. We, the residents, we talk about assets. We have presentations here about our assets. This property is an asset of ours. It is not for us to give away to affordable housing when we have developers lined up for property that doesn't even exist here, that they're trying to get their hands on. That is not up to the residents to give away a property for affordable housing. It's for the developers to buy their property and they figure it out. So in order for us to make the most money, and since we have a big money issue in this town and we tend to not even know where it goes, I would really prefer that we get 4 subdivided lots, deed restricted, sell each of them off the most bang for our buck. We deserve that. I'd also like to say the nature of this town is dog friendly and they belong in the parks. So Riley Park and Lake Terrace now don't have dogs. You know, we could talk about the nature of this town having affordable housing. Well, public transportation is where it's supposed to be near. That's Main Street. Dogs can't be in 2 parks in this entire town. That's the nature of this town too. So that's not a valid argument in my opinion.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh.
I don't think he's sure. They're not sure who you just told them. Yeah.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park Avenue. I don't want to repeat everything Ms. McGuire said, but I would also encourage you to vote down the sale of the Old Church property. It does belong to us. It's not a private sale. And we should not be in the business of all the things we've said before. And it needs to be 4 lots. And yes, the developers, that's their problem to create the affordable housing. Again, look out for our money. It is ours. We own that. I also have a problem with agenda item 2024-124. I'm a firm believer in the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. And I would like to underscore separation of church and state, and the fact that a church from a neighboring town that has its own gazebos wants to have their program here, which is a church program, I find inappropriate. So I would, and you don't even have anything here regarding cost, license fees and all that stuff that we always say you overlook. So I would encourage you to not vote for that. And then, 2024, 143 and 144. And perhaps I overlooked it because every time I say that, I'm told that it was included in other documents. But I don't understand how we're awarding 2 contracts when there's no fees. I mean, how much, it would help the public to know how much the fees are. And I'd like to make sure that I'm saying comments, even though you kept saying questions, please. So, how, you know, again, please do your jobs, council. And perhaps you have information and think it's important to share, I really don't know. But I would never award a contract or sign a contract or have somebody actually do any work for me if I didn't know what it would cost. And I think that that's your job to know what things would cost.
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brindley Avenue. Thank you so much for, I think I've asked about this, but I don't like legislation, but for legislating possible questions. So I really thank you guys for talking about that. And I hope by the next meeting, we can have a resolution to change it. It was nice, you know, someone asked Ben a question, he answered. It was, you know, kind of nice, but the fact that we have to make it a, you know, a law is kind of ridiculous, but for a small town, I thought we could just be informal sometimes. The other thing is about the legality of the actual resolution. I mean, the way I read it, it looks like you're just selling block 41, lot 1 for the church. It's not, you know, it doesn't say subdivided multiple different blocks. So me, if I just seen this and I was out of town, I came here, I'm like, oh, great, you're selling one property. Because that's what it's listed as, you're selling one property, not selling word units on it. I know you've talked about it, but that's not what this says on here. So I just wasn't sure if this is even legal as far as a resolution. So if Greg can answer that, I don't know. Did it have to be subdivided? Did it have to go to the land use board first to actually do this? Because according to like the tax map, it's still listed, right, as one block and lot, isn't it?
That's it. So, without focusing on all the procedures of what has to, what has to, right? The goal is to, if the town is going to sell this property, that the town should be able to control what it becomes. And it's really a procedural discussion or a decision on what is the best way to protect the town in terms of controlling what that property becomes, while not making it so restrictive that if we're gonna auction it, that we receive the same amount of money, the most amount of money, right? And so there's two real levers to the question. I can tell you that I'm sorry that you guys were all sitting out here for a little extra time in the executive session, but we had a very thorough discussion in which we engaged the affordable housing attorneys and professionals as well in the best way to receive the maximum amount of money while protecting the town and controlling what it should be. There's been numerous, that's what we, because it's also protecting the town with respect to affordable housing as well. And so that meeting that we just had earlier was to tie those two things together to best protect the town while not burdening the potential purchaser so that they're willing to give us the most amount of money. And there's been lots of ideas in this room about how to do that. And there's many different ways to maybe in our discussions, maybe between 6 and a dozen.
Yeah.
Right. And so we settled on a course of action and it will be published in advance of the next meeting.
Okay.
The resolution 136 is going to be tabled this evening.
Oh.
so that we can implement what we discussed in the back and publish it for you guys before the next meeting.
Okay.
So that's the plan.
Thank you very much. So I would encourage, Murray, next time you're done with your executive session, if you could just table the great things, so you could save at least 20 minutes right now. Asking about the church and everything we talked about. So just for your efficiency, and that's what you want efficiency. I wouldn't have been here. I wouldn't have asked that question. So just for sake of efficiency, next time, share. And I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Just one on the board.
We have one more, Mia Mullen again.
No one here. And so as I mean,
There's actually three people waiting here too.
I asked,
I was waiting on the, there and I get to speak, so I walked down here.
is Mia Mullen asking a question?
Mia, are you asking a question again?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Sorry, because it says the host is not allowing participants to unmute on my screen. You know, a great example of why we should be able to ask questions is what just happened. Because I had a question regarding the sale of the single lot as well. And Greg just answered it, and I could save time by not giving this talk that I'm talking about right now. But it goes back to where I didn't get to speak in the beginning of the meeting on the workshop, which is the amendment to chapter 5, whatever it is, for trying to make a decision if we should allow for questions or not. Or as the mayor said, the goal is to try to shorten our meetings. I will tell you that I'm in agreement with what the mayor said, which I never am, that I do believe that people don't go to the meetings. We don't have more people at these meetings because of the length of the meetings. I actually would have, I would agree that maybe we shorten the time, but no matter what, you always have to allow people to ask questions, and that's just built into the time. And if you shorten the time, it might force people to be more succinct, including myself, because sometimes we do tend to ramble. Maybe people need to jot down their questions and make sure they get their answers that are relevant to whatever either the agenda is or important things that really affect everyone in the town, because that's why this is a public meeting, so everyone can hear the answers. But I think exactly what just happened with Dr. McGuire, where he asked a question and he got the answer right away from Greg, just solves the problem, where we know now that there is a next step and we don't have to dwell on the sale of Lorraine Avenue at this time, because I was disappointed myself to see that there were, I don't even know if there were the subdivisions that were made. This was what was promised so long ago. They were going to reconfigure it, that it was all going to face out onto Lorraine Avenue instead of the side street, so it'd be more attractive to a buyer. But so those were my questions, but I'm wasting the time here, not being as succinct as I should be if we were to minimize or shorten the length of time. But no matter what, you have to allow people to ask questions and get answers and have transparency. And there's been a lot of discussion tonight about how cumbersome it would be on Erica and how the public would not know the answers. I think the example with Eileen, where she brought up the question about the $300,000 account that's in trust, whatever that might be. I missed that meeting, but I will tell you the word got around about that in town, and it makes the town, the council, the mayor look bad that she was told to Oprah something when it came to our money that she was asking about. She wasn't asking about the mayor's money. She wasn't asking about the council's bank accounts. She was asking about everybody's money in the whole town, and she deserved an answer that night. And if that continues, then I think somebody else made a good point that there's no point in going to these meetings because it's not a public meeting. It's just a view of watching the mayor dictate however he wants the meeting and the problems or whatever to be solved or created. And I think that's really all I wanted to say, was just about the meeting, allowing the questions, and I'm glad that Greg gave us an additional report regarding the sale of Lorraine Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Mary Backstrom, 218 4th Avenue. I have a number of comments, but I wasn't allowed to speak earlier when I had my hands, which is why I'm here. I'll say those for the very end. I'll speak specifically and concisely to the church. I personally, listen, affordable housing could be next door to me. It could be that side. It could be across from me. It could be the whole street. I support affordable housing. But the idea And the suggestion that we are looking to discriminate against people in affordable housing because we don't want to give up that one lot is frankly incorrect. And it's offensive to many of us. Here's my issue. I want 4 lots. This is how much our taxes went up double digit. So on the one hand, we have a developer who was on the call, I don't know if he still is, looking to develop auto tech site. Great, I can't wait for that. I'm sure he'll do a great job. But we want to instead give one of those $4 million lots to him or her or somebody else for affordable housing at our expense. That's $1 million. $1 million, yeah.
So
Don't, first of all, I should have prefaced.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. This is my time. I have it on tape because I've done the content analysis. You shut down women who you don't agree with. So I'm just asking you to let me speak. That's it.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to
I'm
clarify a
asking
point.
you to let me speak.
I'm letting you speak. Go ahead.
Well, then stop speaking. Stop speaking, please. Because I've watched it. Okay, just don't say a word when I'm speaking. Thank you. So that's my issue. It's more about budgetary things. I want more affordable housing in this neighborhood. I support it. I would have it next to me, but this idea that we're gonna just give away a lot for affordable housing, and then the people who are against that are somehow elitist, kind of like what people accuse the folks on the 6th Avenue of 6th Street, of 4th Avenue about the elitist about the pantry. I'm sorry. I'm tired of that, and I'm tired of that spin. It's incorrect, and I'm just standing up here for the record to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. The point I was trying to make before was that the developer doesn't take on the affordable lot. That would be, there's actual companies that do that for, that's what they're in the business of. I was just trying to clarify your point. Sorry. Is there one more on the board?
There's 2 actually. Brian Downey.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, okay, great. Brian Downey, 619 4th Avenue. I would like to comment on resolution 24-130, the approval of Darcy's liquor license renewal, specifically as a neighbor who shares the alley between 3rd and 4th Avenues. Before the license is approved, I would like to address some problems related to Darcy's parking lot 10. I was happy to see Darcy's stay in business during the pandemic, thanks in part to the tent. But as time has passed, and it will be a welcoming sight to see it go in November for the following reasons. The skeleton frame of the tent stands as an unsightly outdoor storage 7 months a year. The parking lot is not used at all, and in summer months, capacity to the restaurant is increased with no parking lot. All trucking, deliveries, garbage pickup, porta potty emptying, and food and beverage traffic happens in the alley, blocking my driveway at random times 7 days a week. I would park in my driveway more if this was not the case. Next, there have been 7 Sunday concerts this year so far. May 5th was rained out, but that was the first of 5 consecutive Sunday concerts booked. This happens for 4 hours a Sunday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. There's no place in my house that I cannot hear the music. The volume is unregulated and increases as the band plays on. The crowd gathering and loitering has an impact as well inside my home. Limiting the number of outdoor performances for the remainder of the tent would be appreciated. Regarding dumpsters and waste, I had a conversation with the manager on May 5th, asking if the dumpsters could be covered because there's a lot of bird and vermin activity resulting in food and garbage in my yard and the alley. This request has yet to be met. I also requested that the dumping of grease and mop buckets into the manhole cover stops as well. This results in a grease slick in the alley and also attracts vermin. Who knows what lies beneath? I have seen online land use board meetings that address similar issues, and it would be nice to see the following happen. Once the tent is removed in November, park cars in the parking lot, move dumpsters and grease container into enclosures in the parking lot out of resident sight. Maintain dumpster use to Bradley Beach codes such as enclosing, covering, vermin proofing, and proper dumping of grease and waste. Again, I am very happy that Darcy's made it through the pandemic and is here to stay in Bradley Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lauren Egbert.
Yeah, good.
Hey, Lauren. Lauren?
All right, now can you hear me?
Hear ya.
Hey, Lauren Egbert, 404.5 Brinley Avenue. I just wanted to make a comment on Lorraine Avenue. And I would echo what people have said, that I would object to the idea of giving away $1 million lot on that property. And I would like to underscore again that this from the very beginning has been a public asset. I would have liked to have seen from the beginning there being meetings in large public spaces with plenty of advance notice, as opposed to the 2 or 3 days notice that there was with respect to what to do about it. I have absolutely no concern living down the block and around the corner with affordable housing. I do have a concern with giving away the lot. And I also have a tremendous concern with what I've heard was the plan for what would then be built on the affordable housing lot, and that would be a 3-unit building, which of course that would require, you know, in normal circumstances, a use variance to even be in that area of town. We're not zoned in that area for multi-family dwellings. There was an application before the planning board that was turned down for the expansion of a 2-family house that's there. And that street is a very, very narrow street to begin with. And which brings me to the absolute need for deed restriction. And we can't be subject to whatever a land use board where everyone on the board, according to our current form of government, is appointed by one person. So those deed restrictions need to happen, and the public needs to be given really ample notice and special notice of a special meeting to talk about what is going to happen there. You know, I realize with what has happened with the finances in this town and our difficulty with control of just what has happened with money, that we do need to sell that land. I think it's very sad. We have to do it according to what the public wants, and it has to be really clear and open. And I would just also like to support the gentleman who just talked about Darcy's tent. I went by on a Sunday and I asked myself how the neighbors in that area were surviving Sundays. So I would love to see the problems he mentions addressed sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like there's no other comments, so we'll move to the next agenda item, which is ordinances. We have no ordinances for introduction or adoption tonight, excuse me. Communication, there's 3 items, appointment to the land use board, class 2 member, Merrick Marco. Paul Murphy, he's gone from a full-time to part-time status, so we needed a borough employee, and Mr. Marco actually raised her hand and volunteered. She's a prior land use member, so that's good. Certainly. DPW seasonal employee memo, and then a beach staff seasonal employee memo. Resolutions. Excuse me. Consent agenda, I'll go through those quickly and for approval. 2024-124 is approving St. Paul's Ocean Grove Church to conduct their church outreach service on Sunday, August 11, 2024 at 5th Avenue, Gazebo from 12 to 2. 2024-125, approval of the lien redemption for 600 Brinley Avenue in the amount of $27,252.06. 2024-126, approval of annual renewal of alcohol beverage liquor license for KDK of Bradley LLC, TA the Bradley Beach Bowl. 2024-127, approval of annual renewal of the alcohol beverage liquor license for Swami Sharin Inc., also known as Jersey Shore Wine and Liquors. 2024-128, the approval of the annual renewal of alcohol beverage liquor license for Gladys and Quilada, otherwise known as Bradley Liquors. 2024-129, approval of the annual renewal of alcohol beverage liquor license for Rick's Bar and Grill Incorporated. 2024-130, approval of the annual renewal of alcoholic beverage liquor license for Darcy's LLC, otherwise known as Darcy's Tavern, 2024-131, approval of annual renewal of liquor license. Beverage liquor license for Uva on Main Street LLC, TA Pagano's, Uva Restaurant and Wine Bar. 2024-132, approval of annual renewal of alcohol beverage liquor license for Portuguese Shamrock LLC, also known as the Elbow Room Bar and Kitchen. And 2024-133, approval of the annual renewal of inactive alcoholic beverage control license for EMAM Lab LLC, otherwise known as Bradley. It's the old cinema.
That's a question.
Yeah.
On the liquor license renewals, the first two, on the actual resolution, it says, objections and recommendations have been made. And on all the others, it's like there's no objection, so I wanna know, who's making these objections? And what does it consist of?
Objection, we mean objections.
It says right here, whereas objections and recommendations have been made to the renewal thereof, so I'm just asking, who is making the? Whereas objections and recommendations, so these are the recommendations that cops in the shops and all this other stuff. Are the objections coming from the police?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so do we know what the objections are? You don't know.
I don't believe there are any objections. It's just what's listed on there.
It says right here, there's objections and recommendations, and all the other ones say there's no objections. So I'm just wondering, I mean, we just had somebody that had concerns about one of them, and it says there's no objections, so I'm just asking, who's making these objections and where do they come from? And that's all.
It's the police department. That's,
The police department makes the objections.
but
Okay,
there are no.
They conduct a local review for a liquor license renewal.
so in my memory, it seems like every year there's objections about the, say, like the bowling alley event. Is it the same thing? I mean, it comes with all these recommendations, and I'm assuming they follow it.
Objections. That's referring to.
You don't know of any objections. Okay. And
Are there so they carry from year to year if there's special conditions.
Yeah, it's special conditions.
So there's special conditions on the bowling alley?
What's
Yes,
listed in
yeah.
that resolution?
Okay, so those could have been from prior years. The best practice is just to continue to renew it with those special conditions, even if the specific problems that led to them have been alleviated, to maintain it. If the licensee has rights to get them removed through the ABC if they would like as well. So it's not a one-way street. If there are objections or concerns about a current, the process is special conditions, but there's a process to do that. We call notice. And there's appeal rights, and we can go through that if the council desires to do that or review or consider that in connection with one of these renewals. That's your local right.
Okay, it just makes sound there's something objectionable about a couple of businesses and I.
No, it's a form resolution. I mean, you have to remember there's, this is a bifurcated process, so all of the overall credentials to hold a license in the state of New Jersey are governed by the ABC. And they check qualifications like the felony convictions, undisclosed interests, and all the place and individual qualifications where you're able to insert intoxicating liquor under their regulation. The town has things that you would believe should be under local control, like hours of operation, specific issues with particular establishments, and the special condition process is designed to address local issues that are in your jurisdiction. So that's the whole rubric that you're working.
Thank you very much. I know you made a motion, Mr. Mayor.
No, I had a couple of questions real quick, Larry. Mr. Mayor. So Erica, maybe a similar question, but on 127. Maybe it's just a typo, I'm not sure, but the whereas objections and recommendations section, number 1 says the licensee shall incorporate. Is that cooperate or is it?
Cooperate. That's supposed to be cooperate.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, so I just want to make sure we weren't incorporating.
no.
Okay, and I am just curious, what is,
Bless you.
yes, bless you. What is the activity, the outreach for 2024-124? Do we have a better understanding of what the church outreach is? What is that?
It's an Ocean Grove church. I don't know. It's an outreach program. I have no idea what they're doing. They've done it before? They have not.
This is the first time they asked. I believe they didn't have anywhere to do it in their town.
The outreaching for new, we are on the new
And I don't think it's
members.
something they're looking to make a
homeless.
habit out of, using our gazebo. I think they needed a spot to do this and they chose here.
Okay, thank you.
It's available to general public.
Then it is available, yes, the gazebo available to the general public. And it's available to anybody that wants to go to it. I mean, it's not just for Ocean Grove
I'm just
residents.
curious what the activity was, is it gonna be?
Doesn't sound
Very
wild.
active.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything wild, and anybody can attend.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, obviously you can't evaluate the content of what might go on there if it's available to general public. It's one of the issues of renting public facilities.
All right, that's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Individual resolutions. There'll be a couple of little twists and turns here. The first is, and actually it ties into 2024-134, 2024-135,
There it is.
and 2024-136. So we'll start with 2024-134, authorizing withdrawal of pending litigation before the Superior Court of New Jersey, Monmouth County, entitled in the matter of Borough of Bradley Beach, docket number 111-110-021.
Comments? There.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on this particular resolution, the wording may not be all that clear to the public, but basically between this resolution 134 and the next resolution 135, this is a choice facing the council. We had to choose one or the other. So we'll be voting on the first one if, depending how that vote goes, we'll do the opposite on the second. And just so everybody understands, basically, the borough had this opportunity to attempt to comply with a fair share housing obligation that we have of 3 units. It wouldn't, if we were to pursue that, working with fair share housing, that's really item 135. If we were to pursue that, there are some risks associated with that, and there are some costs associated with that. And a few people have commented tonight, the costs are largely giving up potentially $1 million piece of property to a nonprofit organization that would help us construct that housing. And there at least were concerns raised also that what would be constructed there could increase density in that area for other residents nearby. So that was option one, to again encourage the building of that fair share housing solution, but it would be at a significant cost to the borough, $1 million, perhaps, give or take. And when we get to 135, that was our alternative, which would be to, I'm sorry, that is 135 would be continue. 134 that we're about to vote on is our only other option, which would be to withdraw our application to participate in fair share housing. So that's basically what we're about to vote on. I just want to make sure people understood.
So we will continue in 2025 for round 4.
Depending how we vote, yeah.
Right.
Greg, can I vote on 134, because it's just about withdrawing from affordable housing?
That is okay. I would recommend that you recuse on 319 because of waiting.
That's what I was planning to do. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Would you like to make the motion?
No.
Yeah, I'll make a motion on 2024-134, authorizing the withdrawal of pending litigation before the Superior Court of New Jersey, Monmouth County, entitled in the matter of the Borough of Bradley Beach et al. Docket number MON-1-1100-21. I make a motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
I'll vote no. My primary reasons for voting no are, my concerns around the loss of temporary immunity that we lose, potential for development, in town, in other sites. Also, a couple of small things like the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we can't really be involved in that, although we've said it, but we haven't done anything with it. I think it puts a little bit of Main Street at risk, and it does open us up to a potential lawsuit from Fair Share Housing. And basically, the primary reason is failure to comply with our constitutional obligation. So those risks I view as risks, and I try to minimize risks, number one. Number two, Fair Share Housing and our special master provided that option to us on 319 Lorraine. It was misstated by a few people that that was, my idea. It wasn't my idea. It was Fair Share Housing's idea. They made the recommendation. We worked towards I think what would have been a good fit for the neighborhood, and we would have provided some affordable housing in our community, which, we're chasing that right now, given our land values and our property values. So that's my rationale for voting. Okay, 2024-135, given the fact that 2024-134 was approved, I'd make a motion to withdraw 2024-135.
Second.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, given 2024-134. 2024-136, authorizing the sale of 317/319 Lorraine Avenue, also known as Block 41, Walnut Tax Map of the Borough, in accordance with New Jersey SA 40A, semicolon 12-13. I'll make a motion to table that, and the table is really because of the length, partially because of the discussion we had. There's a couple of refinements that need to be made. But we're very confident that on the 6/26 meeting, we will have this buttoned up and ready to vote. So I will make a motion to table this resolution.
Second.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Same.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2024-86, introduction 2024 budget to be read by title only. Make a motion to approve 2024-86.
Second.
Ms. DeNoble?
No.
Mr. Gubatose?
I'll spare everyone my typical lengthy prepared statement on this particular topic. But I'm just going to say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And our administration continues to put the introduction of the budget on our agenda, which is certainly their right to do, the mayor's right to do. But we, the council, don't fully understand this budget. We have repeatedly for 2 months asked for access to the CFO. We don't have access to the CFO. More recently, as I've begun to better understand a few of the issues, I've at least raised the question that would we be able to have access to department heads? So far, the answer to that has been no, or at least non-responded. And I don't know of any other municipality anywhere that requires council approval of a budget. And yet the council is not able to access the financial experts, in our case, the CFO, and the council is not allowed to access the department heads. So with that said, I have to continue to vote no.
Ms. Mahoney, excused, Mr. Weber?
And just letting everybody know, I've had access to the CFO for every single budget since 2017, since I've been up here, and by access, I mean, conversations, not in a council, just private access, and I don't know why this year is different, so I will vote no.
Mayor Fox?
I'll vote yes, and I'll comment on the comments. We've attempted to provide a good budget. It's, I think the number right now is 3.74% increase. It's very consistent with last year. It's got, for those who haven't read the budget message, I'd ask you to read the budget message. I think it explains a lot of the budget. And again, I vote yes. Okay, 2024-137, authorizing amendments to the temporary budget. Make a motion to approve amendments to the temporary budget.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2024-138, authorizing Borough to send estimated tax bills. Make a motion to approve 2024-138.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2024-139, adopting a cyber incident response plan. Make a motion to approve 2024-139.
Mayor, question on this one?
Yeah.
I unfortunately, I know Councilwoman Mahoney couldn't be with us, but I am aware, she copied us all, that she was asking questions of our business administrator. Do you,
They were all answered.
were they all resolved?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So.
Second.
I thought you seconded and already
I
voted.
know.
No, I.
We can just-
Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2024-140, approving the closeout change order for Lake Terrace Park ADA improvements. Make a motion to approve 2024-140, I'm sorry.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2024-141, authorizing preparation and submittal of community development block grant funding application for fiscal 2025. Make a motion to approve 2024-141.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yeah, my quick comment on this, and it's really responding to one of our residents' concerns earlier. And that is, we're voting on something we don't know the exact price on yet. But we have a pretty good, just for the public to know, we have a pretty good track record on these applications, typically running $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. As was noted earlier, and Mr. Malik, I'm not going to put you on the spot to ask you for pricing on any of this, but we've got a pretty good track record and in terms of what I would deem to be a reasonable cost, as well as a great track record in terms of actually receiving fairly significant grant funding. So it's not that I personally did not consider the fact that I was voting on something where I don't know the exact cost. However, if your firm continues to work, in the way it has supporting the borough, then I am confident in voting yes for this.
Okay, Erica?
Hmm?
Keep going.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yeah.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought that was only me that would go into a freeze.
No, I zone out sometimes too, I'm sorry, guys.
2024-142, approval to submit a grant application, execute a grant contract with New Jersey Department of Transportation for the improvements to Fifth Avenue and Park Place Avenue project. Make a motion to approve 2024-142.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2024-143, award of contract for professional environmental engineering services, CME Associates for preliminary assessment and site inspection, PASI, for Bradley Beach Recreation Center. Make a motion to approve 2024-143.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. The Meredith had indicated to me that this should be tabled.
I thought
Yeah, that's
2024-144 is taken.
Oh,
Right,
It's the next one.
I'm sorry, I
That
heard you say recreation center.
yeah, that was,
I was
that
also
was
about
me
to-
actually that sent out. that
Meredith
email.
passed it on to me, I'm sorry.
Yep. 143 is okay, 144 we gotta take.
Yeah,
Forgive me, I'm sorry.
that's,
Thank you.
that's okay.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
And if anyone hasn't read this, this we do know is a $7,000 cost, and I vote yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse, Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Make a motion to table 2024, and that's due to, budgetary, we've got to get, that squared away first, so 2024-144, make a motion to table.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney, excuse Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay. Excuse me. Cough drops today. We have, no announcements at this point. We'll go to mayor and council reports. And I can start that. I've only got a few very brief comments. First, I hope that the presentations by CME indicated to you that there's a high level of activity in our community around improvements. Some could view those as costs and we're sinking costs, but you build your house, you improve it over time. So these are improvements that, given the level of grant money that we're getting and how we're going to try to operate, Bradley Beach will continue to be one of the premier towns on the Jersey Shore. So very much appreciate the work being done there. I'll go to Memorial Day for a minute. Big success. Our Grand Marshal, Bruce Baker, did a great job at the ceremonies, as did the respective chiefs of police, fire, first aid. I particularly want to thank Mr. Baker for walking the parade. The car that he was driving, unfortunately, was a 1955 Cadillac that only made it 2 blocks before it decided not to go. So him and his wife not only walked to the north end of town, but walked all the way back. So I appreciate that. But his comments were very poignant, and he had relatives at the ceremony on Monday, and it was very moving. A couple more comments. Bradley Food Pantry might have been temporarily closed for the last 27 days, but happy to report that tomorrow it's reopening. A tremendous amount of community spirit has been displayed by some business owners, some north side of town, some volunteers who worked through this reopening. I think it's just outstanding. So I'd really like to thank Linda Curtis and her determined staff of volunteers. It's a temporary site, but it'll get back to dealing with food insecurity in our area. So kudos to that group to coming up with an innovative interim move. Please check the library and recreation upcoming activities. I will mention a few for the library. Summer reading starting on June 17th. There's drop-in crafts on most Thursdays in the summer. June 18th, I think this is a really important one. Marielle Hidalgo is going to do a Juneteenth celebration of jazz music at the library. So I think that's a great event to attend. On Saturday, starting in June, we also have English as a second language classes for Spanish-speaking adults. Registration's required. And there's a few other kind of key things, but just check the website. There's a tremendous activity for the library. Recreation is starting pretty soon with the summer camp, which has been a great success. We were able this year to reinitiate a shared service agreement with Neptune City. So we've gotten some more of their students, and we're happy about that. Last points, the middle school and the adult One Beach, One Read were held in May, on May 17th and 21st. Both were very successful. I was not able to attend this year for the first time, but in speaking to the organizers, they had another very successful meeting. That is my comments. Councilman Weber.
Okay, I'm going to start my comments with a question. Do we know where the acting administrator went?
Excuse me.
Okay. Because I know you left and you let us know why you were leaving, and so we appreciate that. Okay, and I want to wish Councilman Gubatose happy birthday. Couldn't think of a better way to spend your birthday evening.
I'm enjoying it.
For the last 5 hours. And listen, I know it's really late and it's tempting to just like maybe not read the firefighters report. But you know what? They gave up their time and a lot of their time to do what they do for us. So least we can do is read their report. So for the month ending May 31st, the fire department responded to 7 day calls and 4 night calls for a total of 11 calls. 8 were for fire alarm activations, 2 were for carbon monoxide alarm activations, 1 was for the odor of gas. Department conducted 2 trainings, 1 for leaf cutting and saw operations, and 1 hands-on training for railroad emergencies given by New Jersey Transit. Bradley Beach First Aid Squad collaborated with the fire department at this training. There were no mutual aid requests, and the department fulfilled 100% of their assignments. And of course, they're looking for volunteers as always, and they offer free training, and you can get that information through the borough website. I would also like to say that the Memorial Day parade was great. Of course, we had great weather. I know a lot of people in town put a lot of work into that, people that work for the town, so I just want to thank all of them. Also, a lot of volunteers volunteered, and it makes the event great. So it's great to see everybody, and we just appreciate that event. And then on Memorial Day itself, I think we did a great job having a solemn Memorial Day. And again, same thing, a lot of staff time and a lot of volunteer time, and that makes it great. So thank you to everybody that had something to do with that. Continuing with the greatness, the Alliance Week last week, right? It was great. I want to thank Paul Gavin and everybody at the Alliance. They put on a great week's worth of events. I went to the art show at the real estate place across the street, which was great. They did a great event at the Maritime Forest and reminding everybody what that is all about. And they had a movie in the park, which I went to with my family, which was enjoyable. So one other thing I'm going to mention is just simply an observation on our form of government. I know Belmar has the same form of government that we have. The only difference is they're a partisan town. But when I read the paper, I read about in Belmar how, you know, this council member is working on this situation with the housing authority. They're, you know, they head that up and deal with that. And another council person is leading the whole effort against the Verizon towers. And then this third council person is dealing with the issues at their marina and heads up that whole operation. And they all have like agency and ownership on these things. We have the same form of government. And it just strikes me when I read the paper that we don't have that. It could be like that here. It used to be like that here. And just throwing that out there because we know, I know the form of government change is on the table. And now, well, I just want to say that we also know the status of the DPW and the dispatchers and the administration workers. Their contract, they're gonna have a hearing with in August. And I know people always ask what's going on with them, and we just know that they're gonna meet with PERC in August. So I know that everybody's curious, they don't have to ask because that's really the next step. So that's it for my report. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilman Gupta.
Thank you. I'd like to start with a quick police report that has been provided to me by Detective Lieutenant Browning. A North Jersey man was arrested for hindering apprehension after police responded to the train station for a dispute. The man also had several outstanding warrants, including a full extradition Superior Court warrant. A local resident was arrested and charged with simple assault. Another local resident was arrested for violating a restraining order. Following a traffic stop, a local man was arrested for obstructing the administration of law, hindering apprehension, and several motor vehicle violations. We also had 2 subjects since the last meeting arrested on contempt of court warrants. I'd actually like to make a quick motion, and I hope someone will second and support this. But I'd like to make a motion to add our Bradley Beach Police Department K-9 presentation to our July 10th meeting agenda. The reason I'm doing that is because through my own omission, I was supposed to have it added to tonight's session, which would have probably taken us a little late. And in working with the chief, I've learned that one of our guest presenters will actually be on vacation the second meeting of June. So again, my motion is to add the PD department's K-9 presentation to our July 10th agenda. Is there a second?
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney excuse? Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
I guess, yes.
I actually already had that on my radar, so that's.
Good for the
Oh, good.
July 10th.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
All right. Chief, my apologies for not getting it done this evening.
We look forward to that.
Yes.
Just so you know, like, something like that really doesn't require a motion, because I already had it in the works, but.
I talked about it.
It's cool,
Yeah.
it's all good,
Well, I talked about it last meeting, then I forgot to put it on, so
it's fine,
wanted to motion it on.
but I'm ready.
You're always ahead of me.
All right.
Thank you. I'd like to make a brief statement about Fallen Heroes activity. Efforts to enhance our Memorial Day celebrations for our fallen heroes continue. Mayor Fox has tasked a few of our war veteran leaders in the community to develop a more consistent process for recognizing our Bradley Beach fallen heroes. Mayor Fox has asked Bill Shuck, Norm Goldfarb, and George Bacher to help us with this process. And as expressed by the mayor, the hope is that this committee will be able to come up with recommendations soon, no later than mid-June, so we're getting close. Hopefully, the borough will have time to take appropriate action in time for planned festivities for July 3rd at Riley Park. Couple of the quick comments. Oh, I did want to reference, following up on Councilman Weber, the BBBCA Alliance Week. It was a great week, and I thank the BBBCA for coordinating all of it. I specifically was asked by Paula Gavin and the BBBCA to try to help organize one of those events. It was the Maritime Forest event, June 7th, Friday. And Ms. Gavin gave each council person an assignment to handle one of those events. In the case of the Maritime Forest, we had an extremely knowledgeable guest speaker. Most of you probably know him already, Captain Al Majeski, but he did a great job framing the 11 or 12-year history of the Maritime Forest and a little bit of the role that our mayor, Julie Schreck, had played at that time. Then our own Councilman Weber spoke very eloquently about his relationship and the relationship he knew Mayor Schreck had with the Maritime Forest and getting it off the ground. Also, our own Jane DeNoble was the speaker. You notice I didn't have to go too far to get my guest speakers, who spoke eloquently on the Shade Tree Commission. And the Shade Tree Commission donated an American holly tree, native species, salt resistant, to the Maritime Forest. Also want to recognize Michael Heidelberg, our superintendent and principal from the Bradley Beach Elementary School, who managed to assemble a number of our students from the elementary school who are participating in the environmental club there. And it was great. The kids lined up with the Shade Tree folks who donated the tree, and we got some great pictures, and hopefully one or two of those can make one of the newsletters that come out. Overall, it was a beautiful day, a pretty nice turnout. And the ultimate goal of this particular session was just to educate the public on what a great natural resource we have here at Bradley Beach. Northeast corner of the town. A lot of people have said to me, that looks like a bunch of weeds. It's all natural, native species plants, serves as a habitat for migrating birds. They call it the Starbucks for birds. And it also provides great resiliency for and protection for Fletcher Lake and for Bradley Beach in general. So I wanted to mention that. Sylvan Lake has an important meeting coming up on June 19th, 7 p.m. here at the Biazzi Center. They're going to evaluate more around the funding that's available to Bradley and the dredging of that lake. And my final prepared comment, I want to reference once again Local 152 and the status of that bargaining and that contract. Weeks and then months go by and no contract agreement has been reached with Local 152. The union that includes our dispatch, clerical, and DPW employees. We are approaching 1.5 years without a new contract and without pay raises. I understand that we have lost 3 DPW employees in this time frame, and I believe none have been replaced. The lack of contract progress certainly can't be helping our efforts to retain these valuable employees. Of course, the council does not manage employee activities. Only the mayor has this authority. However, once a contract is agreed upon, the council must vote to approve it. Despite this fact, Mayor Fox will not allow any council member to participate in the negotiations. Prior administrations always included council representation. This is truly a sorry state for Bradley Beach and our employees. as I said last meeting, this time frame and this treatment of our employees is inexplicable. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. The only comment I want to make on your comments, Councilman, if you don't mind, is if somebody asks you about weeds in the Maritime Forest, hopefully you can now say there's no weeds. One thing I didn't mention is we had 75 volunteers on last Friday during the day, cleaning out the Maritime Forest and doing a beach sweep. One of the corporations had their impact day. So they apparently took 6 truckloads of knotweed and other weeds out of the Maritime Forest. So that was very much appreciated. Council President.
You got it. Tourism, Opera by the Sea kicks off the summer season on Monday, June 24th at 6 p.m. at the beachfront at Fifth Avenue Gazebo. The summer movie series will start with Grease. And it'll be in Riley Park on Wednesday, June 26th at 8:30 p.m. The Tourism Commission encourages guests to make a picnic out of the night and bring takeout or even grab dinner from one of our awesome Bradley Beach businesses. On Friday, June 28th, DJ J will be back on the beachfront for music and dancing. And also the Tourism Commission has put together a page listing all borough restaurants with a QR code directing visitors to the site for takeout, delivery to the beach. As of now, after just 2 weeks, they have had over 1,000 visits to that page. Their trust is currently $86,000. There was no Board of Ed meeting, but with the Bradley Beach Elementary School, I'd like to thank the lifeguards and the Bradley Beach Police Department for stopping by and talking to the students about water safety, very timely. The 8th graders are in DC. I believe they returned today. I'm sure they had a wonderful trip. And graduation is June 19th. And congratulations to the class of 2024. With the Shade Tree Commission, again, there was no meeting, but they did have this beautiful opportunity of community unity with the planting at the Julie Schreck Maritime Forest. And not only was the Shade Tree Commission there, but the BBCA, the Bradley Beach Elementary School Environmental Club, and they planted the Ilex opaca, as you said, the American holly. And just a fun fact that it attracts pollinators, including bees, wasps, ants, and night flying moths. This is a native species. It's also the larval host plant for the Caulippus henrique. So very important to have that. So, and that completes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to public comments. 5-minute limit, single instance. Per participant. Yes.
Paul Champion, 411.5 Lorraine. Since there's no liaison with the Historical Society, I thought I'd give a Bradley Beach Historical Society report. We started off in Alliance Week on Monday with our second annual virtual stroll down, down Main Street. And we talked about delis, barbershops, luncheonettes, and what else? I think that was it. Sorry?
Said bars?
Any bars? Next year. Mostly ones that existed through the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And we had about 40 people on Zoom as part of that session. On Tuesday, I made a presentation to the 3rd grade class at the Bradley Beach Elementary School on the history of Bradley Beach. And this is something that we have not done since before COVID. We also are in plans for doing a tour of the museum later this summer to the summer school students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes.
Dr. Tom Forrest, assistant. I mean, I know the comments, but I really hope you answer this question because it's really, I just don't understand. I got 2-3 emails from you, Mayor Fox, over from June 3rd to 7th. And I was just wondering, you sent an email about a video This is something about Victoria. Please share with your mom. Do you know you said
Yeah, I
that?
can cover that after the meeting.
Okay, all right. How did you get my email to send this?
You send me emails.
I just searched all my emails and you don't come up there. How was I included on this? I didn't sign up for any news, only your newsletter I'm signed up for. How did you get an email to just send me something up to your residents? Was it not sent out to everyone? Or is it only sent out to the, like, people who ask questions? Now you're not gonna answer the question.
No, I just said, I said.
No, you just answered one of my questions. Now you're not gonna answer the question because you're gonna address it now. I'm right here. Just tell me why you sent me this.
I'd be happy to address it after the meeting.
After the meeting? When we're done? Well, I appreciate it if you don't send me emails ever again. Is there a way that I can opt out? Because I'm pretty sure you're supposed to give me an opt-out option. So please don't send me emails unless I email you. You can email me. I like your newsletter. I do read it. I read a lot of other borough stuff, but I do not consent to sending me any emails. Please don't send me any more about Victoria or about your done edits or anything to do with anything, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Peter Sharp, 301 Second Avenue. I missed a number of meetings, so this is a topic that's already been addressed or hopefully resolved. Please stop me. But I've been thinking about the various legal actions that have originated in Bradley Beach and made their way to Freehold over the past year. And I'm specifically wondering about the accumulation of any legal charges that have taken place. Those will eventually come due to the citizens of Bradley Beach. I'm thinking of 3 legal actions in particular. I guess last year around this time, the council tried to both nominate and approve 3 paid positions for the borough. This was clearly outside their authority, and the case ended up in Freehold because Mayor Fox felt compelled to defend his prerogatives to do the nomination. I know shortly after that, there was a bill put forward before the council by Mayor Fox in the amount of $7,000 and some dollars. And the payment of this bill was voted down by the council. As if there are bills you don't like, you just make them go away. But anyhow, it seems like there's possibly 1 or 2 legal charges pending for that legal action. Then call it round 2. The council passed a resolution to limit the mayor's powers for temporary appointments. That also ended up in Freehold. Again, there was a court decision by Judge English. Even though this was perhaps a tighter legal matter, he still ruled against the council. And I'm wondering if, again, we have 2 sets of charges that have yet to become before the citizens of Bradley Beach. And then I read in the paper not too long ago that the council was again in Freehold, this time on the matter of the chief of police. I read in the paper that there is legal representation for the council there. So I assumed that there was probably a 5th charge. And I'm wondering if the people in the front of the room know the full extent of these charges, if they're going to be passed along to the people of Bradley Beach, by what mechanism. So I'm hoping that if that number is not known now, 4 of you, 5 of you can put together a number that can be reported at the next council meeting, perhaps during the mayor and council reports, to let us know what kind of bill we're facing. And as an aside, council people, I know you're frustrated by the current administration. You envisioned something that was a little bit more collaborative, maybe some sharing of the power. And, you know, I'm not suggesting that Mayor Fox has been acting outside his authority, but I'm just saying this is not what you expected. So on to the more narrow matter of these legal fees. It seems like your frustration has affected your judgment in these 3 instances. And you're 0 for 3 in Freehold. Some of the the most recent judge, Judge McCarthy, had some pretty pointed comments to make to the people originating these legal actions or causing them to be originated. And I just wish you would stop it, because it seems like you're acting not to the benefit of the citizens of Bradley Beach, but to their detriment if in fact we are going to have to pay these legal bills. So again, I would ask for some kind of tally at the next meeting to be reported to the citizens of Bradley Beach to see how much we're on the hook for. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes.
Regina McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. Just wanted to say I love the QR code up at the beach. I noticed it. I took a picture of it. Back when I sat on tourism, we really tried to incorporate how to be able to support Main Street food establishments while people are on the beaches. So I do love that. Glad to hear it's doing well. Thank you for the DPW contract update. I was going to ask about that status. It's a little sad that we're still trying to pass a budget and we don't even have a bunch of employees, not just DPW, core personnel, clerical, and dispatch. I always try to remember to include them. We don't have a 2023 contract for them, and we're trying to come up with a 2024 budget. So let that make sense. I wanted to mention regarding the church property. I forgot to mention this earlier, but we still don't have RFP information that we were told about. So is that ever happening? Like, what's going on with that? I thought we had a ton of RFPs and information and the public was going to get that information, and we never got that, and we were just trying to sell the church. Okay, I'd like to remind everybody about the 2022 audit. We had an audit reporting material misstatements. A material misstatement in an audit is an error, omission, or misrepresentation in a company's financial statement that could significantly impact the decisions of users such as investors, creditors, or regulators. Material misstatements can be caused by errors or fraud. So I want people to understand the importance of that. I believe I've read that in the past as well. I like to remind the public and keep it on record that we have quite a journey of money missing, money hidden, money not shared, not shown where it's deposited. We had $434 of COVID funds under the American Rescue Plan with no responsive records, not even knowing where it was deposited into. We have been told $600,000 was not replenished last year for the 2023 surplus. That was already on top of the 13.2% tax increase that we had in the municipal taxes. So that's just what we've been told. We were told in 2022 that it was 300,000 and it ended up being close to $1 million. I also would like to mention library audits have not been done for several years. I want to remind that back in 2022, when Kim Humphrey was our business administrator, she used to get really annoyed and frustrated when people were asking questions about the budget that year, about the $300,000 that was found. Now she has a lawsuit against a council person because of all those questions. So I want to remind everyone that that was the 2022 budget, that she was frustrated about all those questions. And now we have close to $1 million that was not replenished into our surplus from that. Also stating possible fraud. Let's also reflect on the fact that she is still today our qualifying purchasing agent. So she's still an employee of this borough spending our money. Can we ever get money under control in this administration? Obviously not. I would like to also respond to Mr. Sharp's comments about lawsuits. If you look at all the titles of those lawsuits, all started by Larry Fox, Larry Fox's administration against the council. Who is spending our money because he can't collaborate? Larry Fox. If people are so worried about lawsuit money, which they should be worried about the $1 million that wasn't replenished in 2022. They should be worried about the 434 COVID funds that were not even, have no records at all. They should be worried about the overspend on the sewers. They should worry about the 600 we were told was not replenished. They should be here for budget workshops and be worried that we don't have a budget yet. So the tactics of the mouthpieces for your topics.
Thank you.
It's getting a little old.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I want to thank Mr. Weber for acknowledging that Mr. Marco left the room. I mean, that should have been an open public comment. Mr. Marco has now left the room at 8:45 or whatever time it was. That's how you professionally run a meeting. It's just embarrassing. I'm just concerned now she's going to be able to make the meetings for the land use board now that she's on it. But I want to thank you also for voting no on the budget. You know what? Let's just bring the comptroller's office in here. Let's just bring in the DCA. I mean, let's get this done because this is outrageous. Having been a councilman, to be told that you can't meet with an employee, you can't meet with the CFO. I can't wait till the outside agencies get that. That is unbelievable. Mayor, I'm gonna ask you a question, even though I'm not allowed to. When do we expect the 2023 audit?
The process.
Well, see, that's a broad word, like, it's due June 30th, like, when's it coming? It's in process, will, you have a date, I like specific dates and times, well, that's how numbers work in my brain. You have a specific date,
I answered the question.
but I don't believe.
It's in process.
I must ask a question like Councilman Gubitosi, you don't give me a real answer, now I understand how the budget's working. Also, I want to clarify some of the comments from the audience before, okay? And the Judge English case, the first time, it was 4 points, Mayor Fox won 1, okay? The second time, there were 2 points, Mayor Fox won 1. The second point was that he illegally fired Mr. Cannon. So the council did win on that one. I also want to say I attended the last one of Chief Guida. I was in the audience, and you know, one of the comments from the judge was, even though he said, wow, Bradley Beach has a lot of lawsuits, I don't blame the council for doing this. Okay, so go to the record, that's what it says. Okay, it's just more horrible mismanagement over and over that creates this. And also, no one's worried about the money that I spent on lawsuits, the illegal meetings that the mayor took, okay? No one's worried about my $5 grand, I didn't get that back. You know what? I had to put a $2,000 retainer up to file for the Oprahs that were redacted. That one, I got my money back. The town paid for that, Mr. Sharp. Okay, so it's bad administration, cost you money all the way
Please.
down, and that's what we do.
Don't, we're not supposed to walk out of audience. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
Nancy Mano, Ocean Hill condominiums. It'll be really clear, because apparently saying it before is not, do not ever send me an email, I'm not on the list. The only list I am on is for the locker, period, end of that. It is considered intimidation and harassment. It would be really nice, though, if you were to answer the letter I wrote you on April 15th. For an issue that has been going on since December 15th, and now you're telling me an employee that used to be full-time who never returned one phone call is now part-time. It is, there are no excuses other than incompetence of the administration and management of employees. I expect an answer. My attorneys expect an answer because there is a rental property not listed. And to wait now for you 57 days for an answer is not acceptable. Now let's get to the beach. So the lifeguards told me they're not putting in ropes this year because it's too much trouble. And I inquired why there were Indy 500 flags that were checkered. I know nothing about car racing. And they said, well, you swim in between the checkered flags. Well, if you look up what the checkered flags are for in any other realm of the world, that's the area where all watercraft are allowed. Not people. So imagine how confusing to anyone that attends the beach that's gonna get. Let's get to the website. Is anybody ever gonna correct it, work on it, make it better? I went to find out when badges would be needed for the weekdays, and it said TBA in 2 places. I looked at audits and budgets. Audits is in an ascending order, which is incorrect. The budgets are in a descending order, which is correct. Just again, the incompetence and the level that we find that someone finds acceptable for work product, and I don't care that the employees are mad that I complain about them. Let them do what they're supposed to do, and I don't say anything. But I should have a website that we're paying $300 a month for that functions. I've also noticed that we've had since March 2023, I think it was unless it was 2022, several key department head employees leave our employment. And yet where I used to see tremendous bill list items for locks, we have not changed every single lock in the borough since the last employee of a high standing, so to speak, at least in title, left. I find that totally irresponsible. And I do not have.
Fops. We stopped using locks, we use fobs now. That's why you're not seeing them.
Yes, there are still locks in this borough. I can even point them out to you. Stop talking during my time. I am merely saying, and I know from certain employees that things have not changed. And you're again, not protecting, just as you're not protecting me with the rental property, you're not protecting the borough. And it also doesn't protect the employees. I heard there was some sort of event, I think it was 2 Saturdays ago in Riley Park. There were no porta potties. So one business actually was kind enough to let the vendors use her restroom and then had to close early because it was too much for the business to handle. Where are the rules and regulations for events? Just again, it is mind-boggling. You have signs on the grass in Riley Park that say no dogs. Every year I come up here and it's nothing against dogs, but you need to have signs on the promenade. No dogs, no people. That grass is not activity grass, it's visual. We spend a lot of money to maintain it. With all the money you waste, and we know we're Sign City, you can certainly do that. And again, why is nobody using the bulletin board under the rec center? Have you drive by and know what's going on? And.
Okay, thank you.
Stop saying that. It's really offensive.
Appreciate it.
You know, you take action.
Okay, there's no other questions. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir.